You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Tuesday, April 26th, 2022. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video are okay. So, welcome to our second playthrough, actually third playthrough of Bureau of Investigations into Arkham and elsewhere. This is our playthrough of Case 2. We played the demo case, the first case, and the second case. To remind you, this live stream will only be available while we're streaming it. Gregory Pravat, the author of this game, has just dropped into the chat channel. Okay, so as I was saying, in discussions with Gregory, we decided that we would only have this live during the evening that we're streaming it. Then it will go offline for a month or so until Gregory is ready for playthroughs to be live on YouTube. That way it won't take away from people who might purchase the game. In the same vein, this is not the video to start with if you're interested in this game. The place to start is the print and play demo case. You should download that. If you have any interest in these games, you should download that, play it yourself. It's free. It'll give you a good feel for what this game is about. And then you can watch our public live stream, which is up, of the demo case. It takes about 3 hours, and we discuss at length the game mechanics, what's new in this game. Okay, so those are all the reasons not to start with watching this video, and it will be available eventually. Okay, and I see in the chat we've got Jonathan Warner as usual, but also Anna Maria's here, Drunk Tiger is here, Gregory Pravat, as I said, the author of this game, is here, and Colby Higgs is here, who is a new visitor to the channel. So that's great. Again, but do not feel bad about leaving this channel once we start playing it. It'll be a couple minutes before we start playing it, however, so you can stay around until then. A little bit more background on the case we're playing today. It's called The Expedition. In the games, you can see, I don't remember if this is discussed in the rules, but you can see there's actually 3 little circles here. And this looks to me like it's difficulty level. I'm not sure, Gregory, if this is discussed in the rule book. I may have missed it. But what you can see is case 2 is marked as easy. And there's a thread on Board Game Geek where one of the earlier threads about experiences with the game. And Gregory has offered his breakdown of the 5 cases, which are easy, which are hard, and sort of expected playtimes. So this case is marked as easy, the similar difficulty as case 1, and similar length. We finished case 1 in 1 session. So I suspect we will finish this in 1 session as well. It may take us 6 or 7 hours, we'll see. Gregory says it is in the rules. Okay, what else do we need to say? Let's just catch up on the chat. I'm going to show you something before we start playing. However, I'm going to show you some progress on a little Arduino electronics project that I mentioned in a previous stream. But we could catch up on other things in the meantime. If anyone has seen any interesting movies, as I've gotten older, I've discovered that I can rewatch movies and get the same enjoyment all over again. So one of the benefits of getting older is you forget the movies and then you can rewatch them. I just rewatched The Professional, which is a really good movie. French actor, French director as well, I believe. Luc Besson, I can't remember his full name. And it's got a very young, sort of inappropriately young actress, the woman who was in the Star Wars new movies. What's her name? She was in a bunch of stuff. She's quite famous. Anyway, but The Professional was quite good. Drunk Tiger said, I saw The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Natalie Portman, that's the girl in The Professional. That's right. I recommend it. I recommend it for sure if you haven't seen it. It's good. I'll tell you who's amazing in The Professional. I mean, everyone does a good job of acting. And I forget the main actor's name. He's definitely French, who plays the hitman. But the guy who's captivating to watch is Gary Oldman, who plays a crooked cop. And he's got some scenes that are really quite good. Those are the kinds of scenes I love in movies. Jonathan says, I read Read a Maggot by John Fowles. Postmodern historical mystery involves a strange disappearance and death. Jonathan, on the Board Game Geek Guild page for Co-op for Two, which I keep pushing, which is a section of Board Game Geek where we've got a forum, we started a thread of keeping track of movie and book recommendations and stuff. And Jonathan Warner just posted a nice web page discussing postmodern mystery books. And it's actually quite a cool looking web page with some nice recommendations, which is a great segue to the fact that I've also been talking about how I've been working on a giant 13-game gumshoe-like detective mystery narrative game campaign system. Huge epic thing. I don't know if I'll ever get it written. Maybe I can talk to Gregory more about some advice for writing these cases. But it'll be set in New York City and span like a 50-year period. So the cases will be broken up into sequence of years with, I hope, a huge amount of history of New York City, history of the world from 1900 to 1970s. And if you're interested in collaborating on that, let me know. But one of my dearest and oldest friends, Zachary Brown, who's living now in France, has decided to come on board and help with the writing and history and stuff. So it's a little bit closer to reality. It's probably will never happen. It's not one of these projects that I'm promising is going to happen. It's just sort of an idea I'm tinkering with or outlining. But we do have another collaborator. If you're interested, you can let me know. What else is there to talk about in the chat? How was the Nicolas Cage movie? Now that we're belong to this AMC A-list thing, I'm going to be seeing a lot of bad movies, whether I want to or not. Anna Maria says, after the Mars game, I watched the remake of Total Recall. I do not remember that being good, and the original Total Recall holds up. It is really good. So, I recommend the original. If you're joining us and haven't seen the Mars games, there were 2 playthroughs of the print and play Mars Investigations, which are Sherlock Holmes consulting detective spin-offs. They were pretty good. They weren't the best, but they were pretty good. I don't know if I should make a video review of those. I may. All right, while we're catching up on the chat, and we're going to try to do this a little differently than the last playthrough because of the time delay in YouTube. I'll try to force myself to make decisions without asking the chat and pausing. So you should just shout out while we're playing if you want me to do something. Okay, but I do want to show you my Arduino project while we're catching up on the chat. So let me just bring it over here. Okay. So here it is. For those of you who don't do much electronics, let's see if we can bring this here. Okay. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Arduino and this project just for fun. You could skip ahead when you watch this or just go off and get your coffee. So there's an Arduino Uno. It's a single board computer, and these have become very popular in hobby electronics world. And basically, there's dozens and dozens of different models of these boards. They're open source, so different companies make their own versions of them. This is sort of the official one, and they come in different sizes from tiny to, this was the standard one, the medium one, but there's also a bigger one called a Mega, and they're cheap. They're like $30 or so. It's got a USB port that you connect to your computer normally, and that's how you program it. And you're basically uploading code into this thing, which then runs, and it's got some pins that it can connect sensors to, and so it can read things like buttons and temperature sensors, and outputs so you can send and control motors and stuff. And I'm not a huge electronics person. In fact, I was trying to learn some remedial electronics and really struggling with the most basic concepts of current, amps and volts and ohms, the resistor, there's Ohm's law. There's all this stuff that should be very simple and that the websites explain it to you as if it was simple. And it is simple. The equations are very simple, but like there's some stuff that gets skipped over, like if the power source can't provide enough power that no one ever talks about. And there's certain things that I get stuck on. Okay, so that's the Arduino board. And then we've got a couple buttons here, a little rotary encoder, they call it, a little turnable dial. There's a tiny little speaker down there, that round black thing. This little chip here is an HX711 chip, which connects to a load sensor here on this which is a scale. And it knows how to, the load sensors that measure the amount of weight on top of something, they come in two different styles. This is a sort of a bar that gets deflected, and it sends tiny voltage differences, and this chip does some of the work of understanding it. And then we've got a little LCD display here. So I'm going to turn this on. It's connected now to a battery. Normally it would be powered by my computer. Okay, so you can see it's reading out the weight here, and we've got some calibrated weights here. So that's a 100-gram weight. And it's reading out, let's see, it's quite sensitive, although the sensor I have in here now goes up to 1 kilogram, so I'm going to get a slightly more sensitive thing that only goes up to 500 grams. So this, if you've watched my coffee live stream I did, this is for measuring espresso, and I suppose I should say a little bit about that. If you get deep into the rabbit hole of espresso, what you see is people very carefully measuring out the weight of the beans you put in, and then very carefully measuring out the amount of espresso you get out for a certain ratio of beans, and then how much water or milk you add if you're making an Americano or a long black, or adding milk and latte, whatever. So the idea is I want to make a more accurate, faster scale, which can do some smart stuff about recognizing the cups you have on it, so you don't have to go through this tare function each time. And as you move from weighing the beans to weighing the espresso, calculating the ratio of espresso beans to water, and doing some other fancy stuff. So this is the first part of that. And I want to build the scale into the platform of the espresso machine, so I don't have to take the scale off. And some vision to recognize the cups, etc. So this is my first work on this, and you can see this thing is just measuring weight, and it's quite fast updating. Maybe it's a little hard to see on YouTube. You don't see how fast it's doing. It's actually updating quite fast. It's got some code in there to smooth out the weights a little bit, but anyway, some fun code to play around with to make this there. And then the most interesting thing that I've got on here, we've got a tare function, of course, that zeroes out the scale. So if you would put your cup on here and then you'd zero it out, this is how a normal manual scale works. The tare sets the 0. And then it's got a sleep button, so I can put it to low power use sleep. It's still getting a tiny bit of power to it, and then wakes up from sleep very quickly. And the interesting thing I've been working now is, so it's got this normal mode where it's weighing, but then I've also got a menu system where I push down on this dial, it brings up the menu, so I can go to the different options. I can go to information and get a little about screen. I can go to grind size, which basically, for all the different coffees we use, we keep track of what grind size is perfect for that coffee. Now, normally I just write these on the containers, but this is how, so like if you made a cup of the Papua New Guinea and you grind at 9, but it was too coarse, it under extracted passed through too quickly, you just push this, you'd say, okay, next time you got to grind it finer at 7, and then you hit enter, so you can adjust these and it remembers it when it gets shut off. And then in options, we've got a bunch of stuff, and including some calibration. So if you calibrate, you can calibrate it with nothing on it. And then the next step of calibrating would be with 100-gram weight. And now the scale is calibrated. So now it's at 0, and this should be about 100. Yeah, a little. So needs a little tiny bit of more sensitivity. But there you go. So there is the ScaleBot as I've got it so far. Just thought I'd show it to you. I've still got a lot of work to do, and I think I'm going to need to connect 2 scales at once to get the workflow right. Have I shown you everything? Yeah, just some various options. So nice, if anyone's interested in Arduino, I can talk to you about some of these libraries for these things. And there we go, back to scale. Okay, so there you have it. Update on ScaleBot progress, which is of no relevance to this channel, but I thought I would share it anyway. And looks like Colby Higgs has also played with Arduino himself. The hardest part about the Arduino is thinking up projects to work on. So this is sort of just an excuse to work on it. It'll probably end up costing me, with all the stuff I've bought and won't be using all the sensors and displays, I'll probably end up spending $1,000 on parts. I could have bought the best quality scale that is made on the planet Earth. Although $1,000 probably won't buy you the best scale, but it'll come close. All right, are we ready to get into this game here? I've got the map of Boston out. We don't really need the rules here. I'll put those away. But to remind you, there are some rule differences between this and Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. But if you've watched Case 1, you don't need the full discussion of them. But I will remind you, one important one is that every place we go, we can do an investigate action or an interview action at each place. There might be entries for it, might not. We'll have a strict time limit. Each time we choose something, it'll take up one of our leads. And I saw, again, someone posting on BGG asking the difference between them, between interview mode and investigate mode. We've been calling investigate mode sneak mode because they're both eyes, and for annotating in our notes, it's a little confusing. But essentially, when you pick interview mode, you are trying to talk to the person at that location. So you're knocking on the door or arranging a visit or calling them on the phone, whatever. And if you choose the investigate or sneak mode, you're deliberately not trying to talk to them openly. So that's the difference. Case 2 is the second case that is sort of standard Sherlock Holmes format in terms of having a newspaper. This is the last newspaper. There are only 2 newspapers in the box. They're for Case 1 and Case 2. We will have to read that entire thing. And let's read the introduction now. And sneak and speak, that's says Drunk Tiger. We could call them that, but you have to remember, we're deliberately trying to use different letters. So I for interview and S for sneak. We don't want 2 S's because we want to write in our notebook an I when we investigate and an S. What we did learn from the first case playthrough, which Gregory was luckily here to catch us, is that it's a little easier to miss stuff in this game because there's 2 sections for each location. It's easy to go to the wrong place by accident. So we'll try to be a little more careful this time. And I'm going to just try to use one central entry for each place. I'm not going to keep a separate list of places we go. We'll try to use one little mini notebook. We'll see how well the mini notebook works, and if we need to switch back to a large notebook. All right, so here's what we'll do. I will read the introduction, and then we'll take a little 5-minute break, and anyone who thinks they might want to play this and doesn't want to sit through this playthrough, that will be a time for you to leave, but you can hear the introduction, I guess. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Case 2, the expedition. There's a little picture here. It's a picture of the newspaper and something else, a very spooky looking artifact. And this is text from the newspaper, so we won't read that. All right, here we go. U.S. Department of Justice. Let's see if we can get a little closer. U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Investigation, Boston, May 8th, 1929. Gentlemen, the Museum of Fine Arts was burglarized last night. Under normal circumstances, we would have left this matter to be investigated by the local authorities. But the object of this crime is an Inuit statue brought back by the Carter-Lyell expedition. Now, this statue is a representation of a fish god, similar to the ones we found during our assault on Innsmouth last year. I'm asking you to find this statue, and more importantly, identify the culprits and the possible links they have with the esoteric Order of Dagon. It is of the utmost importance to determine whether any hidden branches of the order survived our operation in Innsmouth. I expect your report within 10 days. And see that bold 10 days? The game rules tell you that that means you've got 10 leads you can visit. It could say 10 hours, could say 15 days, whatever it is, it's 10. That's how many leads we get to visit. Hopefully the game will give us an opportunity to get some more because that's pretty short. To play this investigation, you will need this booklet, the Boston map, which we have out already, and the Boston Evening Globe issue of May 8th, 1929. And we've been experimenting with different times to read this newspaper in these games. Normally we read them at the start, and they're sort of the work that has to get put in, and that's when people start to nod off. But then lately we've been, with some of the postmortem LA games, we've been delaying reading this until it's mentioned. But most Sherlock Holmes consulting detective style games don't mention the newspaper. So we'll have to decide if we want to read this now or later. All right, that's the intro. Short introductions so far in these Bureau of Investigation cases. And so here, we've already gotten some clue of places to go. The Museum of Fine Arts, the Carter-Lyell expedition, which we'll find in the paper. So it looks like if we don't read this newspaper, we're not going to get too much stuff. Oh, I guess we also need our directory. Let's not forget that. We still haven't seen where booklet A and booklet B come in. So we'll have to see if today's game calls them in or not. All right, so directory. So maybe there's cult headquarters we could visit as well. All right, so we've read the introduction. I guess we should decide. If we want to read the newspaper, maybe we should read it now and then take a break. Now, let's take a break now for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll decide whether we want to read the newspaper. It seems like maybe we do have to read the newspaper for this case. We should start reading it out in the beginning just because there aren't that many clues alluded to in the introduction. And so we'll take a 5-minute break here, catch up in the chat. In the meantime, everyone refresh your coffee and tea. We'll come back and we'll probably start by reading the newspaper. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're ready to get started. With agreement with the channel, we're going to start by reading the newspaper here. So it's the Boston Evening Globe from Wednesday, May 8th. Only cost 1 cent. Let's see what we got here. Here's an expedition party. It's got a caption: Shellam, Johnston, Abast, Jennings, and Abast. Shellam, Johnston, Abast, Jennings, and Abast. City Hall gets frosty. This evening, the mayor will receive the Carter-Lyell expedition members who returned from their Arctic journey almost 1 year later with many artifacts. The week of events marking the return of the expedition will kick off at Boston City Hall. The mayor will open the evening with a speech before revealing several of the expedition's items to the Bostonian middle-class society. These items will be moved the following morning to the Museum of Fine Arts before the inauguration of this exhibition, heralded as an edifying revolution in the way we perceive Arctic cults and cultures. Back in the 20s, expeditions were a huge thing. You go to Antarctica or go to Everest, whatever, you're treated as a star when you come back. So it would make sense that they're celebrating this expedition coming back. As a reminder, this newspaper's from May 8th, and our introduction is May 8th as well. Same day. Okay. Innsmouth, Representative Goodman accuses the federal government. Representative Isaac Goodman held a press conference in the Innsmouth former fishing harbor, deploring the silence of the federal authorities as to the circumstances of the raids and arrests carried out by the state in its erratic crusade against contraband alcohol. During the winter of 1927 to 1928, Mr. Goodman stood in front of the ruins of the waterfront's houses and warehouses, whose burning and explosive demolishing in the name of the American people casts a veil of shame on our already fragile democracy, in a bid to hold the federal government and its Bureau of Investigation henchmen accountable. For instance, he demanded that the truth be revealed regarding the prodigious number of people who were arrested and taken to an undisclosed location while no judicial proceedings being carried out, or any charges of any kind being laid, just as none of the peaceful inhabitants of Innsmouth have been committed to any of the country's prisons. It's all one sentence. Oh no, it's 2 sentences. Okay. Okay, so he's complaining about the raids carried out by the state. He's upset at the Bureau of Investigation, BOI. He demanded the truth be revealed about the people who were arrested and taken to undisclosed location. The representative ended his speech by praising the efforts of the survivors who are now trying to restore the city while living under the threat of another assault from these forces that are supposed to protect them. Okay, so it sounds like there's a group of people opposed to us. Maybe cultists, maybe just normal people. Emerson's trucks manager behind bars. Mr. Arthur Emerson was arrested this morning on counts of contraband, receipt of stolen goods, and accessory to alcohol smuggling. Shortly after his client's arrest, Kevin Ramsey Esquire, Mr. Emerson's attorney, stated that if one could criticize Mr. Emerson for administrative disorder and a lack of professional rigor, it would be absurd to accuse him of complicity with his clientele. Nevertheless, this publication's investigative reporting has shed light on evidence which indicates that Mr. Emerson's truck rental company operates for the benefit of criminal enterprises who corrupt our children and destroy honest American families by importing alcohol. And here's the case that we got called in for. Mysterious burglary at the Museum of Fine Arts. As we go to press, we learn that the massive jade statue brought from the North Pole by the Carter-Weill expedition was stolen overnight. We have secured a meeting with the museum's curator, Mr. Kelly, and we shall not fail to publish this interview in our next edition. The museum watchman, Mr. Calvert, reported being particularly shaken up by the circumstances of the theft. As a matter of fact, he was on duty in an adjoining room, and upon hearing a muffled noise, hurried to the brand new room dedicated to Inuit art. When he entered less than a minute later, the 7-foot-high and several hundred-pound statue was gone. Even more troubling, none of the museum's entrances were forced. 7-foot-high, several hundred pounds. It's Inuit. That's the Eskimos, in the Arctic. Professor Arthur A. Jennings, the expedition chief leader, declared on the steps of the Fairmont Copley Plaza that it was a great loss for science. There is little doubt that Inspector Arone and his legendary sagacity will be able to solve the mystery. Okay, so we got a couple more people mentioned of places we could go to Fairmont Copley Plaza. We've got the name of Watchman, Mr. Calvert. Okay, a little ad for the Franklin Park Zoo. And that's it. Very light newspapers in this game. In fact, the slimmest, barest newspapers of any of these Sherlock Holmes games that I've played. There's just this and one little ad. So the expedition leader, we're told, though, is... Where did we just... Professor Arthur A. Jennings, which is this guy right here. There's Jennings. Anything interesting you note on this photo? We know these two are either brother and sister or husband and wife. They're both abasts. This guy looks like he's standing back a bit. Okay, so there's our newspaper. All right, so let's start by doing our notes properly. So from the intro, we've learned we've got 10 days. Really? We've got the Museum of Fine Arts to visit. We know this is also in the newspaper, it's an Inuit statue, so they think at least, which is 7 foot tall, hundreds of pounds. Okay, and the other thing mentioned is the esoteric order of Dagon. This is what they suspect. I'm just writing down mentions of places and people that we might want to look up to see where we would visit them. Okay, so not much in the introduction, and then let's see, what have we got in the newspaper additionally that we need to remember to look at? So we've got the Museum Night Watchman, whose name is Mr. Calvert, right? We've got the full name now of the expedition leader, Arthur A. Jennings. No mention of anyone else, except we do know from this caption that the expedition is Shellam, Johnston, Abast, Jennings, and the other Abast. Okay, not sure how I like this tiny little notebook. News continued. Okay. Events are at Boston City Hall. This is the celebration events. We've already written down Museum of Fine Arts. We know the watchman is Mr. Calvert. Okay. We know Arthur Jennings is the leader. And then we've got another location mentioned here. Fairmont Copley Plaza, where Jennings spoke. And then he mentions a local cop, Inspector Arone, on the case. Okay. And then since there's only 2 more stories, maybe we'll make entries for those anyway also. So we've got a guy who looks like he's against our operation, right? So Representative Isaac Goodman. I mean, he wouldn't be too happy to see us if we go visit him. He's against the BOI, and he's saying that there are these other people. He's praising survivors who are trying to restore the city while under the threat of the BOI, and that he's from Innsmouth. Okay, and then we've got Arthur Emerson. This is the truck alcohol distribution. Arthur Emerson and his lawyer, Kelvin Ramsey. So let's just make sure nothing jumps out to us about this. This guy has stolen goods. His lawyer says even if you can criticize him for disorder, he's not to blame for complicity with the clientele. But the newspaper says truck rental company dealing alcohol, basically. Okay, and then lastly, our last item in the paper is the Franklin Park Zoo. And I will just notice that these are Arctic animals. So maybe that would make us think, it's related to our cases. All right. Gregory says, is anyone from Boston? Well, my friend Zachary Brown, who's doesn't seem on today, his father, Mike Brown, another sociology professor like my father was, moved to Boston, but I am not familiar with Boston. Let's take a look. Maybe we'll even make some marks on our map here at where places are, just for fun. So the Franklin Park Zoo, we've got our directory here that might help us out. Let's see, let's remind ourselves what's available here. Attorneys, banks, bookstores, bridges, churches, education, funeral homes, government offices, graveyards, healthcare, hotels, jewelry stores, leisure and culture. There's the zoo. Markets, newspapers, photography, public transportation, pubs and restaurants, and there's Emerson Truck Rental. So let's make little marks for these places so we know where they are. So 10 Southeast is the truck rental. Here's Southeast, so there's where the truck rental is. And the Franklin Park Zoo is at 1 ELS. If you'll remember, ELS means elsewhere. It's off the map. So we'll just put a little mark there. I'll just write in here the Z for zoo. I guess we should write this here. So the truck rental is at 10 Southeast, if we get this right. And I'm going to remind Gregory not to give us hints. If we make mistakes, that's normal. We'll probably figure them out. If we don't, that's our loss. 2 ELS. Okay. And then we've got some government offices. We're marking these mostly for fun. In fact, I do have a tablet that we could use to mark up stuff if we wanted to, if we thought that was easier at some point. Sometimes if we're dealing with some important topological information that we need to consult the map, sometimes we'll write on it. But for this purpose, it's mainly just for flavor that I'm marking these places. Let's look at some government places here. So we've got Boston City Hall. That's 1 EC. Okay, let's mark that. You might think of this channel as how to stretch out these games for as long as possible. Okay, I don't see at first glance Fairmont Copley Plaza, unless that you think that's a park. Maybe that's a park of some sort. Let's see. Leisure and culture. Don't see it. So I might have to make a mark next to this. It might not be important. We might want to try to find it. Okay, Inspector Arone is a person. He is in here. It looks like his first name is John. Okay, John Arone is 12 WC. Anyone figures out, it's other than Gregory. Gregory says, I copied your marking places system for my own games using glass pebbles. Well, if you watch my remedial detective school video, We have these really nice metal colored cubes you can get on Board Game Geek. They come in different colors. They are really a joy to work with. I've got them there on the shelf. In fact, let me just get them for us here. So just as an aside, so there are these metal cubes. You can get them in like 8 different colors. They're heavy. They're really nice for marking places. If you were playing this, if I was playing this not on camera, we would use these. And then when we visit a place, we would switch color like that. And I've done that on the channel. The problem is they get knocked around. If you weren't filming, you wouldn't put stuff on top of the map. But because I'm filming and have to have booklets on the map, I don't use these physical cubes. But I do recommend a glass beads would be nice too. You could see under them. But yeah, so anyway, I love those things. You can get them on Board Game Geek in any color. But we've moved to these removable stickers because I have the stuff that has to be on top of the map. Okay, another thing that you might do is, if I was playing this, I might recommend like making scans of this, and then you could write on it for each case. You could actually mark it up or mark up your copy if you don't plan to resell it. Okay, let's find our museum. What was let's go to the first one, Museum of Fine Arts. Leisure and Culture. Where is our Museum of Fine Arts? Leisure and Culture. Fine Arts Museum, 11WC. Okay. I mean, that seems like the place we should go to first, the scene of the crime. Whoops, that's not WC. I can only imagine, like, Gregory, the designer of this game, watching people make mistakes. And if they don't catch them, how agonizing that must be to watch someone make a mistake and not correct them. But the thing is, with these games, if you corrected everyone the moment they made a mistake, you're robbing them of the ability to find their own mistakes. Okay, is there a section in the directory for cults? I don't think so. That's unfortunate. There is churches, though. Let's see, any church jump out as being related to the cults? You'd be well advised for these games to spend a little bit of time with Sherlock Holmes and with Bureau of Investigation to studying the directory and getting an idea for what places exist. All the different police departments have their own entries here. I find that interesting. Okay. So the night watchman, we got his name, Calvert. Let's see if he's in the directory. Presumably we'd meet him at his thing, but he could be in on this. Maybe we need to check out his house. So Calvert is Albert Calvert, and he's at 1WC. So let's mark 1WC right there. Marking up this map is mainly just for fun to get, I mean, you could keep track of what places you visited, but it just makes it feel more like a real place that you're visiting with things spread out. It gives you some sense of geography. That's fun. All right, is there any place I haven't, let's see, Arthur Jennings, does he live in town? Let's see if there's a Jennings. There's a Carl Jennings. but no Arthur Jennings. I'm just going to write down Carl. Unless we hear evidence that he's got a brother. I'm not going to write it down. Unless we hear evidence that he's got a relative, we're not just going to knock on. In a normal Sherlock Holmes game, when there wasn't a time limit, if we found someone with a similar name, we just go knock on their door. Hello, are you related to this guy? But in this game, we've got a threat to deal with. We don't have time to be knocking on random doors asking if they know anyone. So expedition, we don't know anyone. Okay, so the only place we didn't find, well, Isaac Goodman, the representative from Innsmouth, is he going to be in our directory? Yes, he is. So 2 Northwest. So 2 Northwest, if we want to visit the guy who doesn't like us. I'm not sure why we would do that, but we could. The rental place we marked, that's 10 Southeast. But what about Arthur Emerson's home and his lawyer? Let's just see if he's got a separate entry. So Arthur Emerson's home is still listed as 10 Southeast. That's fine. And what about the attorney, Kevin Ramsey? Well, let's look up in, where's the legal section? Okay, attorneys, here we go. Ramsey is 2 Southeast. And just for fun, is he listed in home under the same thing? No, he's got a separate home address. 16 Southwest. So let's see. So he's got an office at 2 Southeast, next to where the truck is, truck rental place. But then he's also got a home. Why would we meet him at his home? I can't tell you. Can't tell you why we would want to do that, unless he's involved in our case somehow. I don't know why he would be. Seems totally unrelated to our case. All right, so the only place that it feels like we should be able to find and didn't mark a location for is the Fairmont Copley Plaza. So if you'll remember, we're told that Jennings spoke. Professor Arthur Jennings, the expedition chief leader, declared on the steps of Fairmont Copley Plaza. I'll tell you something else I just mentioned. I just noticed. He's a professor. So maybe we would find him at the university at Miskatonic. But we're not in Arkham. I don't know if where's Miskatonic University. Miskatonic University 21WC. It's interesting that there's 2 sides of the map. I can't remember if they have different numbers for things. But okay, I can see. Well, there's 21. Miskatonic, but there's also MIT. Because we're in Boston. I don't remember, like, if Miskatonic's in Arkham. Presumably, if we looked it up on the Boston map, we wouldn't hit anything. But let's not worry about it for now. I'm just going to make a little note about university, just in case. But it seems like we shouldn't be randomly going to the university. All right, but where is Fairmont Copley Plaza? You might imagine that that would be a park. Any other hint about this? It could be at City Hall. There might not be an entry for it, but there might. Let's see if anyone in the chat has anything to say about where Fairmont Copley Plaza is. Presumably it's a real place. If we knew Boston, we would know what neighborhood to look in. It's not under churches. Where would you think it would be? It would be under leisure and culture. You would think, and I don't see an entry for it. I see Copley Square Hotel. So 5WC. 5WC is here. All right, let's see. 5WC is here. So you might imagine that Fairmont Copley Plaza might be here without an entry. That would sort of be my guess, that that's where it is and doesn't have an entry. But all right, that's okay. We don't need to go there. We'll get a different clue if we do. All right. Well, let's start by going to the museum, the scene of the theft. All right, so let's leave a little blank page here, and then we're going to go to the museum, which according to our notes is 11WC. Museum of Fine Arts. Okay, so we're going to go there in interview mode because we want to talk to them about the theft. Maybe we'll meet with the security guard. Maybe we'll just talk to them about other stuff. Or we could sneak around and look, presumably for break-in information, but we have no reason to think that they're hiding information, so I think we go in investigation mode. So we need to get into the habit of indicating how we go to a place. Let's see if we can do that a little more orderly. So we're going to say we're going to 11WC in investigation mode. No, sorry, not investigation, interview mode as opposed to sneak mode. Okay, so let's go slowly with this while we get our first chance. All right, so you'll remember interviews are up top, investigations are down here. You could think of this as white versus black also. That might be another way to keep track of things. So we're going to interview, we're going to talk to them, and we're going to 11WC. So here's WC. Oh, where's my, hold on, let me get my paper to hide stuff from you guys. All right. So I've got stuff to, so that you don't see what you shouldn't see. All right, so 11WC, here we are. I've got all my stuff to hide the paragraphs that aren't relevant. All right, let's take a look. 11WC. Okay. William F. Kelly is a tall, white-haired man in his 50s. His voice sounds dry and tired as he welcomes you into his office. Unlike the other rooms in the museum that you have just passed through, this one is quite simple, and defying all expectations, there are no works of art on display. Only a plaster bust of Aristotle adorns one of his library's shelves. You quickly address the circumstances of the theft. I can't explain the disappearance of this piece. Mr. Calvert, the night watchman, was in a room adjoining the one where the statue was on display at the time of the incident. Around 2 a.m., he heard a muffled but loud noise. He immediately went to the room in which the statue, brought back by the Carter-Weil expedition, was being displayed and could only note its disappearance. The fact is, we aren't talking about some trinket, but a massive statue of a mythological Inuit fish god. It's 6.5 feet tall and is carved from a single block of jade. The artifact is truly impressive, yes, but also terribly heavy. The subject matter and its history are profoundly interesting, and the details are meticulously carved with incredible finesse. Truly a fascinating item, one that could not have disappeared without a trace. We inspected each of the museum's entrances, but were unable to find any evidence of a break-in. I do hope that you'll be able to unravel this mystery. No, I have no reason to suspect Mr. Calvert, the museum watchman on duty. He is a man of exemplary honesty and has fulfilled his duties with irreproachable dedication and professionalism for over 15 years. Yes, the statue was indeed brought back from the Arctic by the Carter-Weil expedition. Mr. Jennings, the expedition chief leader, is staying at the Fairmont Copley Plaza. You'll be able to meet him there if you wish. I guess we're going to have to find that Fairmont Copley Plaza. I think that might be that hotel we found. And all members of the expedition will be attending the reception tonight at City Hall. Yes, of course. I will have my secretary add you to the guest list. Before walking you back to the museum forecourt, Mr. Kelly shows you around the few rooms reserved for the exhibition, where many Inuit artifacts are on display, as well as the more modern equipment used by the expedition to fight the cold or to take various samples. The contrast between ancestral Inuit craftsmanship and American equipment's high technicality is striking, but you do not detect anything in particular. As for the various entrances to the building which you are inspecting, none has been damaged. Okay, so we're definitely going to want to find the Fairmont Copley Plaza or that hotel. I think we did find the hotel at Copley. I think that must be it. Here it says at the Fairmont Copley Plaza. So that's going to be the hotel we found, I suspect. What else does he tell us? Well, we learned his name, right? His full name is William F. Kelly. He's the museum head. No reason to suspect him or want to go talk to him more. He tells us the same thing that we heard in the newspaper, essentially. In fact, really nothing else new except for he's telling us, see Mr. Jennings at the Fairmont Copley. Now, you could look at that, and then he says, see the group at City Hall. You could look at that and say, well, if he's going to be at City Hall with the rest of them, maybe we should just go meet him there rather than go to his separate hotel. Sorry, I don't want you to see the rest of that. So, okay, anything else we learned there? Not really. Just that repeated that this is super heavy, couldn't have been lost without a trace. It's jade. We got a timeline that was new. We got 2 a.m. was the theft. And he describes it the same way it was described in the newspaper, which is a muffled but loud noise. Muffled but now loud noise. That's kind of creepy. What would that mean? Someone appeared? We don't know how they appeared in without breaking in. But it sounds like that might be the sound of when you popped into existence. The chat says, do we have any information how it was carried into the museum originally? No, not really. Jonathan says, maybe we should go with speak and investigate. Yeah, speak might be a better term than interview. Speak and investigate, okay. I hope we don't. So you're saying instead of an I, I'm gonna say S for speak mode. Okay, we'll try this. It's gonna be troublesome because we were using S for sneak mode. All right, speak and investigate. All right, let's do that. All right, so let's lock in this Copley Plaza Hotel and make sure we got that right. So he's staying at the Copley Plaza. I think that's going to mean Copley Square. That may oh, there it is. Fairmont Copley Plaza. I see. It's Fairmont here. And Fairmont here. So it's a slight typo in this. It's Fairmont Plaza in the book, but in the directory it's Fairmont. But that is definitely our place. So let's mark that we now know that location. It's that's the kind of little typo translation that's very common in these games, and we just view it as an extra little difficulty level. You should always be considering in the back of your mind, what's the chance that there's a slight typo, slight mistake? It just adds to the fun. So that's not a problem for me. 5WC is where that is. So let's mark that, 5WC. And indeed, it is right next to the, well, I guess we knew that already because that's how we found where 5 was. That was Copley. All right. That was our first of 10. 10% of our leads are done. Just going to mark this a little better with... Wait a minute. Sorry. Fairmont Plaza was 5 EC, right? No? Okay, hold on. Let's look that up again. That can't be right. Must have been EC. The Fairmont Copley Plaza is 5WC. But 5WC, oh yeah, 5WC, okay, guess that was right. I don't know why I thought we were just at WC. Okay, so we went to the Museum of Fine Arts. Let's circle that. So we're circling this to show we've been there. And there's the leader, there's the oh. That's why that S for speak looked like a 5 to me. So it's surprisingly tricky to get used to this indication of how we visited a place with sneak or with speak or investigate, because now when I saw this as a 5 and thought we had just been to WC5, but really we've been to 11WC in speak mode. Maybe I need to write it out. Okay. All right. 2 a.m. theft, night watchman. So, I mean, it would be natural to talk to the night watchman more since he was there, but he feels like he told us. Does he really have anything more to say? He heard the sound. Should we be sneaking around the museum? You gotta say, the time limit completely changes how you play this game. because you become much more stingy with your time, with your choices. Jonathan says, let's save a couple of leads to search around the truck company if it's trucks that were used to take the statue. Yes, but how would you... How would you get in or out? You're right, though. It makes sense that you would have to use a truck. Maybe we should mark the places we went. So we went to 11 WC. That was the museum. I think we should talk to the... You can talk to the expedition leader. We can go visit them when they all get together at Boston City Hall. We can talk to the current person who's investigating this case, John Arone. Maybe he's figured out some stuff. That would be a way to shortcut us having to waste time if he's already studied something. We could talk to the rental guy. We could go to the zoo and see if... All right, let me think. I said I wasn't going to ask questions back and forth in the channel. All right, so here's what you should do. If you're in the chat, absolutely don't wait for me to ask a question like, where should we go next? You just shout out when there are places that you really want to go to, and you could describe why. Just let's try to get this on an asynchronous basis. So you just, when you have things you'd like us to look at, you say where and why. And that way, when I look up in the chat, I'll see where you guys want to go. I feel like I want to talk to the expedition leader. Get some background on this statue and what cults might be going for it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go see Mr. Jennings at his hotel at Fairmont Copley Plaza, which we now know where this is. 5WC. All right, let's go to 5WC. We're in the neighborhood, right? We were just at the museum. Here's another way like to role play this. We were just here. It makes sense to stay in this neighborhood and go to 5WC speaking mode with Jennings. The only thing that's giving me a little doubt about whether we should be doing this is we could talk to him when he's with the whole group, but maybe they're at celebrations. They won't really want to talk. All right, 5WC. Staying in the neighborhood, covering up stuff that you shouldn't see. Here we go. I don't know if this is worth it, but I'm stealing this idea from that other channel. Okay, here we go. Yes, this theft is unfortunate, but it won't tarnish, at least as far as I'm concerned, the success of the expedition or the wonderful memories I have of it. Professor Jennings grabs the photograph of the expedition members he had placed on the coffee table at the beginning of your interview in the grand hall of the Fairmont Copley Plaza Hotel. He scrutinizes it with some intensity. That's our picture here, presumably, probably the same picture. So he's scrutinizing it. There he is. That's the guy we're talking to right here. He scrutinizes it with some intensity, straightens one of its angles slightly folded between his thumb and index fingers, and hands it over to you, as with regret. He scrutinizes it, straightens one of its angles slightly folded between his thumb and index finger. Okay. So we're missing a little quotation mark here. This is him talking. I really like this photograph. It was taken on the deck just before weighing anchor to return to Boston. It reminds me of the strong ties that united us throughout the expedition. Even Chaz seems calm. So Chaz is going to be one of these people. We don't know who though. Even Chaz seems calm. So here's something. One of them is normally not calm. Chaz. No, no, that's not what I said. Let's put it this way. We got off on the wrong foot. I must admit I was very disappointed to learn that Peter Sykes was accompanying the bird expedition to the South Pole, and I think that Chaz must have sensed it. Anyway, in hindsight, I think he wanted to prove and establish himself. But true enough, he was more of a burden on several occasions, and even endangered the expedition. But that's ancient history, and I'd rather not talk about it anymore. Anyway, that's not why you're here, and at least he wasn't a dead weight like Pollard, John's assistant. The poor child had been sick during the whole expedition. So it's interesting, you can see from our previous paragraph and this one, we're sort of, it's like a conversation where it's leaving out what we say. So these are like each paragraph is his answer to some question that's implied. Yes, sorry, the statue you were asking about. The region's natives entrusted it to us. Believe me when I say that it wasn't easy to befriend them. You see, these people are savages who still live in the Stone Age. Well, anyway, we finally managed to earn their friendship, and they offered us the statue the day before we left. An impressive work representing an aquatic deity that is supposed to guarantee them abundant fishing in exchange for minor sacrifices. A very beautiful piece that calls to mind certain statues found in the Pacific off the coast of New Guinea. I wouldn't be able to put a price on it. As far as I'm concerned, it's priceless. No, I don't know who could have stolen it. Yes, of course. I will provide you the names and addresses of the other expedition members. Florence and John Abast live at 27 March Street, elsewhere, ELS. Although Florence spends most of her time at her studio, George A. Shellham lives at 1 Leonard Avenue Northwest, and I think that Chaz Johnston is still at 3 Albany Street Southwest. In any case, that's the address he gave when he was hired. Silly me. I have a better idea. Why don't you come to the mayor's reception tomorrow evening? Take these invitations. Good luck with your investigation. So he's given us an invitation. I'm guessing that means if we had gone to City Hall as we were discussing, but bypassed this, they might not have let us in. I'm very curious to see what happens when we do that. That's fine. Okay, so this is actually quite useful though, because he's given us their names and their home addresses, and then he's saying, rather than go to their houses and talk to them, just come and meet them here. I think that makes sense, but if we want to investigate one of these people, we might want to sneak around their house. So let's write down the expedition team, which we've now gotten. I feel like this was a good use of our time. Okay, so we've got Florence, Abast, and Jonathan Abast. I feel good about our use of this time. They live at 27 ELS. Florence is at her studio, which we don't know where that is. Okay. And now we've got George Shellham. One Northwest. Chaz Johnston is at 3 Southwest, but he says, well, at least that's what he told me when he was hired. And Chaz is the guy who's nervous. What else does he say about Chaz? He says, and sacrifices to bring good luck. Okay. He says, we got off on the wrong foot. I was very disappointed to learn that Peter Sykes was accompanying the bird expedition. So we've got a new person here, Peter Sykes. On a rival expedition. Chaz must have sensed it. In hindsight, he wanted to prove and establish himself. Or he wanted to get to this place first. But he was a burden and endangered the expedition. How, though? He wasn't a deadweight like Pollard, John's assistant. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got Jennings. Here's the leader. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's mentioned an assistant to John. Is this assistant to John Abast? That is not on the photo. Howard. John's assistant. We don't know what to think of this person who was sick the whole expedition. And Peter Sykes was the birds expedition. So we're told about this other expedition, and then Pollard, John's assistant. Doesn't seem like we got other information here. And then we got invitation. All right, so I feel like these locations, we probably, if we suspect someone, we might want to visit them separately or sneak around their house. That's our second of 10 clues we've read. Jonathan says, we should remember that the Order of Dagon and Innsmouth could be involved, so also want to figure out if there's a way to get at that location. You're right that we absolutely would like to investigate this Order of Dagon. That seems like quite relevant, like we suspect them. That's in our introduction. We're told, see if there's any links to the Order of Dagon. Survived our operation in Innsmouth. So Order of Dagon headquartered in Innsmouth, so it does make sense that we might want to track down the Innsmouth representative who doesn't like us to see if he's connected to the Order of Dagon. Is there any reason that we would have a place that would know about the Order of Dagon? Where's our churches? Baptist Cathedral, graveyards, no official Dagon cult headquarters. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised about that. Let's use the search tail on the representative. Okay, we're going to do that. That's what we're going to do next, but we're going to take a little break. We have to, when we played the first case, we're reminded that this game is more heavily on the atmosphere, the feeling, the tension, the paranoia, and the sort of horror, science fiction-y fear, confusion feel than being a pure mystery. And so we have to remember to appreciate that part of it. It feels very creepy, like we've got this statue that feels like it's got some magical fish god sacrificial stuff going on. And I feel my heart rate going up a little bit. Like I'm a little scared to run into these people who are worshiping at this fish god's altar and this cult. I'm a little nervous about getting involved with this cult. So let's remember to appreciate that. Let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll tail the representative and see where he goes. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Case 2 of Bureau of Investigation. Case 2, the Expedition. And the chat seems to be kind of we're talking about the statue and what it could be. I think the most logical thing is, not that we should be thinking about the most logical thing, but it is a statue that's for praying to this fish god, and that the cult has stolen it somehow. Anna Maria wants to talk to the expedition members at the party. We have a ticket to the party. We're definitely going there. Jonathan wants us to trail the representative who might be our connection to the cult. I like both of those ideas, so we're going to do those now. Let's start by tailing this guy. So let's see here for a second. Representative Isaac Goodman held a press conference in the Innsmouth former fishing harbor. That's another clue to the fish people. All the more reason to suspect that he's connected to this Order of Dagon. Okay, so I do think we're going to tail him, then we're going to go to the party. If we look at... Don't forget that other detective on the scene. So, where do we find him? Isaac Goodman. He's got a location. Well, now we have to think about this. This investigation versus interview thing is troubling to me. Let's remind ourselves. We were talking about, well, how he doesn't like the Bureau of Investigation. So we were thinking, let's tail him. But the game doesn't work like that. There's no tail option, like in Chronicles of Crime Noir expansion. Instead, we've just got interview versus investigate. So what we've got is we've got his house, presumably, at 2 Northwest. So I guess we're going to investigate that. I like this. Investigate versus speak. That seems to be capture the ambiguity. So we're going to investigate around his house, which is 2 Northwest, right up in this corner of this map here. So this is Isaac Goodman, and we're doing this now. So let's remember our system. So we're going to 2 Northwest in investigate mode. And this is clue 3 of 10 that we're visiting. So this is Representative Isaac Goodman. Okay, let's see what happens. So we're going to Northwest 2. Okay. Well, I'm afraid this does not look good. 2 Northwest says, you follow Representative Goodman's movements, but nothing seems to be out of the ordinary except for the 3 BOI colleagues also on his tail. So this was a complete whiff, except that people are investigating him. That hurts. This game, when you get a lead that doesn't go anywhere, it hurts. So you could say, are we all in? Do we now go talk to him instead? Or do we say we lick our wounds and take our lumps and not push our luck? Let's go to the party while we chew on whether we want to study him. He definitely feels like he's a connection to the cult, but maybe we'll get a different connection to the cult. That might have been a way to think about it more logically. Like, we're using him to get to the cult, but maybe we should see if the cult connection comes up independently first. All right, let's go to this party. the party is at City Hall. 1EC. Let's do that. So 1EC, East Central. This is City Hall. We're going there now. Now, we're going to knock on the front door because we have the invitation. And we'll see if that makes sense as a way of thinking. Every time we play this game, we're getting a better feel for how Gregory conceived of this investigate versus interview modes. Okay, here we go. A muffled noise pulls you out of your drowsiness. Then a second one, accompanied by a bone clinking sound. I gotta say, more than most games, it's not that uncommon to start reading a paragraph and then being like, are we in the right place? And it feels like it's happened more than normal here. Gregory says we can speak about the politician lead at the end of your game. Okay. That makes me think we went to the wrong place. But okay, let's sorry, back up. That was the okay. I wanted to comment about starting to read a paragraph and not being sure you're in the right place. It does happen in these games. I feel like it's happening a little more in this game, maybe because I'm a little more on edge about the two different sections and so on. But I do think from a game design perspective, one of the things you might think about when you're writing these games is if a paragraph, if you want to start off a paragraph with sort of a jarring whatever description, that you might, a general principle might be that in the first sentence of each paragraph, you should somehow be conveying to the player where they are, or at least have a sentence that when the player reads it, if it matches with where they want it to go, it will confirm that to them, rather than starting out with a sentence where the person's not sure, because then you would at least catch it early. So I went to 1EC, which should be City Hall, where the stuff is. Let's just make sure that that's right. Boston City Hall, 1EC, and that's City Hall. Okay, so I believe that's right. I just wanted to make sure because it started a little weird. A muffled noise pulls you out of your drowsiness. Then a second one, accompanied by a bone clinking sound. You come back to reality as your eyes adjust to the scene's bright lights. A harpoon in hand, legs bent but chest straight, a primitive dressed in animal skins stomps on the floor, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The bone trinkets that adorn his outfit tinkle along to the rushing, jerky movements. His gestures accelerate, and the crowd stiffens several times as he threatens them with his harpoon. The percussion, followed by the rest of the big band, placed at the back of the stage, enter the fray and play surging notes as he disappears in a storm of white confetti. You return, like the rest of the audience, to civilization. So it's a little performance they're putting on at the opening of this exhibition. Exhibition. Guests occupy the dance floor, wriggling to the music beats, while others gather to the rhythm of conversations. The mayor seems to be tirelessly repeating parts of the speech he gave less than an hour ago to a procession of crawlers waiting to laugh at the same jests. A little further down, Arthur Jennings continues to congratulate himself ad nauseum on the success of his expedition in front of a large map retracing the key stages of the expedition. At the bar, Chaz Johnston drinks more than he should and sharply rebuffs the few guests who dare to approach him. That's the guy who's like a nervous, bad attitude guy. The crackles of flashbulbs draw your attention back to the mayor. He poses with a haughty, magnificent, middle-aged woman before abandoning his queue of crawlers and taking her to a private booth, surveilled by two policemen in plain clothes. You grab a journalist by his sleeve. The woman's name is Alexandra Zakharovich. She's a Russian collector, moreover a widow who fled communism and whose latest acquisition seems to be the mayor. Suddenly, time stops for you and a few policemen. A woman's scream from above. You rush up the stairs, your guns drawn, while two policemen at the mayor's table respond by safely extracting the city's leader in the opposite direction. You jostle a few guests who do not appear to have heard anything over the din of the big band's frenzied rhythms. An open door. On the threshold, a waitress is staring at the floor of the room while a carafe of whiskey spills at her feet amid shards of glass. You gently pull her aside and point your weapons. A small living room. On the floor, Dr. Shellum's body, one of the expedition members. A bronze bust of the third president of the United States stands in the center of a white and pink flower of flesh and brain matter that was once the man's head. A white and pink flower of flesh and brain matter that was once the man's head. Yikes. Later that evening, you are informed that the Bureau, upon learning of the new developments, has granted you an additional 3 days. Okay, so let's start out. We started out with 10 leads, and we got +3. So we now have 13 total. And this was lead number 4, which was 1 EC in speak mode. Okay, so now look, there's more actually. If you wish, you can conduct one last interview, not an investigation, before the news of Dr. Shellum's death spreads. Yikes. You can't interview the doctor, of course. So we missed our opportunity to talk to the doctor, which we could have done if we had gone before this. And maybe we should have. You know, I actually thought about the fact that it told us that this event was in the evening. And maybe we should have used that to think we shouldn't go here until the evening, until later in the day. But it did say 10 days. And you could easily argue the other way, right? Like if we had put off going here, something bad could have happened here and we could have missed it. But okay. So it says, if you wish, you can conduct one last interview, not an investigation, before the news of Dr. Shellum's death spreads. You can't interview the doctor, of course. Subsequently, add 1,000 to the address if you wish to visit. For example, 1 EC becomes 1,000 in 1 EC. By applying this modifier, you can return to leads you have already visited. Each of these new leads will cost you 1 thing. Okay, so let's write down what happens here. Dr. Shellum killed. We got +3 leads. Opportunity to interview before news. Now that's kind of weird because I find that before the news of Dr. Shellum's death spreads. Okay. Let's see if Gregory's here. I want to ask a question. This makes sense to me. So it's a little bit unclear what you do there, but let me tell you how I read it. First, I was reading it to say, if you want to investigate someone, if you want to interview someone before the death, then you should add 1,000. But now I'm reading that differently. I'm reading it to now say, you can do one normal interview. We would go to their house, but then subsequently add 1,000 to the address you wish to visit. So it's sounding to me like it's saying from now on, after we take advantage of this, we should always be adding 1,000 to the interview locations. That sounds too much trouble. Let's think. We know what the game is trying to do. It's trying to give us an opportunity to go talk to people after the news spreads and before. And the game is telling us that you've got one chance to do a before interview, and then from the rest of the game, everyone's going to know he's dead. So the question I have for Gregory is, are we supposed to now, for the rest of the game, be adding 1,000 to every interview? Or just every interview of a person that's in the expedition? No. I'm reading it to say we have to add 1,000 to every interview in the game from now on, except for one free interview first. Is that right? That's what Drunk Tiger thinks too. We can do one more visit like we've been doing, and the rest of the game is plus 1,000. That's how I read it too. And Anna Maria disagrees. So I do think Gregory could help us here. I'm reading it the way Drunk Tiger is. Gregory Pravat is agreeing. So basically, every investigation from now... Wait, let's see what Gregory says. So Gregory, after we take our free investigation, our one free, everything else from now on, every single time we investigate, we add 1,000? Yes, we understand that part. So every single investigation from now on, other than this optional one, we add 1,000, no matter where we're going. If we want to knock on the front door, we add 1,000. That really seems like we shouldn't have gone here yet. But maybe not. It's time management as you wished in a previous video. Okay. But to confirm, Gregory, every single investigate action we take going forward... No, not investigate, interview. Everything, both interview and investigation? Sorry, I just want to really confirm this, because now I read it as I can't tell if it's interviews and investigation. It sounds like every single lookup we do from now on, we add 1,000. Is that correct? Let's take a look at it together again. Investigate and interview plus 1,000. Okay, that's confirmed. We've got that settled. Okay, that is that's a little tricky. That could have been written a little more clearly. But okay, we still guessed the right answer, and Gregory has now confirmed it. So from now on, plus 1,000. So that's bizarre. That's a little crazy. Like, is this booklet half stuff that's now gone? That's very interesting. Okay. All right. So we got an extra 3 days. Everything's going to be plus 1,000 from now on. I'm just going to mark that. That's something for us to remember. Plus 1,000, everything from now on. Now, where do we want to go? The one place before this happens, before people know about Shalom's death. We already went to Jennings, who gave us a ticket we didn't need. Why did he give us the ticket we didn't need? I guess he was just trying to remind us to go there. Let me just make sure it wasn't a different kind of ticket. 5WC, I just want to... Boston City Hall, when you say, yeah, okay. All right, so where would we want to go before he dies? And we can't go to talk to him, which is unfortunate, because it would have been nice if we could talk to him. Okay. Jonathan says, I think it would make the most sense to visit one of the other expedition leaders. Yes. Yes, it certainly would. We could talk to the nervous guy, Chaz Johnston, or we could talk to Florence Abast or Jonathan Abast. We know that Jonathan Abast may be the person who's got Pollard, the sick assistant. I think we should go to I think we should go maybe to the Abbas, because then we get a 2-for-1. Who killed this guy? Oh, I should write down the other stuff before we forget it. The other stuff we discovered here, well, before we decide, Chaz Johnston drinks more than he should. So we're going to want to talk to him when he's afterwards, maybe. Okay, but we heard about Alexandra Zakharovich. Who's a Russian collector, who's collected the mayor, basically. Fled communism, she's acquired the mayor. Oh, let's just read this again. Suddenly, time stops for you. A woman screamed from above. The mayor's table, they get the mayor out. Open door, waitress staring at the floor of the room. Carafe of whiskey spills at her feet, so she's like dropped it when she's discovered this. Shalom's body, a bronze bust stands in the center of it, so someone smashed his head in with a bronze bust, and it looks like they really smashed his head. Okay, so while the channel is telling me where they think, making their case for who to interview before the death, let me look up this Alexandra. So she's at 76 ELS. So she's an option. We could go visit Alexandra before Shalom's death. Is there a reason why she didn't go up into this room, right? He takes her to a private booth. So she's not up in this room. Can I point out that the wife, the Abast woman, has a studio somewhere, but we don't know where. Let's see if it's in the directory. I was just wondering if there might be an embossed art studio. Oh, look, there is. Look at this. We're told that the embossed woman is at her studio, and look what I just found. Photography, embossed photography and development studio. That's kind of a good find. 6 Southwest. So that's Florence Embossed is normally in her studio at 6 Southwest. Okay, I think that's kind of a nice thing to have found. Like it might not have been something that, it might have been a hint. Okay, let's see. So the chat is saying, I think we're in agreement we should visit one of the expedition members. So Chaz, in case he's too intimidated after the murder, and he is drinking. Okay, I like this theory. Not that he might be intimidated, but we know he's drinking and drunk, right? This is how it goes with all of these games. You could make the case either way. So I was thinking maybe we make the case that we should talk to him in case now he's going to be too drunk to even answer the door. Or you could make the case that when he's drunk, he's going to say things that he wouldn't say when he's sober. But I think we should talk to Chaz. Anna Maria says, are they drinking alcohol? Isn't there a prohibition? Maybe for the rich people in the museum, the rules don't apply. All right, I'm convinced we're going to interview Chaz, this weird person, before Shillam was killed. So we're sort of going back in time. So we look this up normally. So we're going to do clue number 5 is going to be Chaz before he found out Shillam is dead. So we go to the normal address of Chaz, which according to our notes, he is at 35. Didn't write it down as well as I should have. WC5. Chaz is 3 Southwest. Okay, 3 Southwest. So we're going to interview him, and we're going to go to 3 Southwest as normal. Okay, so this is our last chance before we start adding thousands to everything. Let's see what we've got here. Chaz Johnston. Let's just write this down. 3 Southwest in speak mode. Chaz Johnston. Chaz E. Johnston lives in a shabby small apartment. Upon discovering the mess within, you know, if I had thought about this more, I might not have done this, because we were sort of told that, we were sort of hinted that he might not actually live here by the expedition leader, right? He says, well, that's the address he gave me. So like if I had thought about that more, I might have been afraid he wouldn't be there. So I think we kind of got lucky in a sense. It is abundantly clear that he leads the life of a dissolute bachelor. Clad in a dirty undershirt, the freebooter mumbles to invite you in, a cigarette bobbing between his lips. As if to apologize for the mess, he offers you each a glass of bourbon. You interrupt his search for clean glasses, telling him it's a bit early in the day for you, which doesn't stop him from fixing himself a drink. Yeah, the expedition, I'm telling you straight out, that's the last time I work with amateurs. Not to brag, but if I hadn't been there to pull them out of the heap of shit they were in, there wouldn't even have been an exhibition. Take Arthur Jennings, the so-called chief leader. Well, he can clown around in front of the press, but that's the only thing he's good at. That and accepting laurels and that don't belong to him, of course, at such level of incompetence. It's almost a miracle I managed to bring everyone back safe and sound. And what do I get for my hard work? An invitation to an event in his honor. What a joke. Okay, so that was nothingness. Except he claims he's the one who saved them. All right, so that was our last lead. Our last lead before we have to add 1000s. And we went to 1EC, that's where we got in there. And that's not free. We're just allowed to do one last interview before news. Okay, so that was a miss. That was not useful information for us. Okay. I shouldn't write not available. That should be when there are things missing. I should write nothing useful. Nothing useful at that location. Okay, 3 Southwest. Did we mark that on our... Seems like we didn't even add an entry for Chaz's house. So 3 Southwest. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Down by the river, too. All right, so that was useless. Now, what do we do? Now, Dr. Shellum is killed. And we're adding 1000s. So we could go back to Jennings and talk to him again. Now that this guy's killed. I want to look up, we didn't look up Pollard and Peter Sykes. Let me just see if we've got addresses for them in our dictionary. Pollard we do. He's at 1 Southwest. And Sykes, we don't have an entry for. So Johnston's sick helper, we have an address for. We can still visit George Shellum's house. In fact, in the previous game, we were talking about how sometimes the most useful thing is going back to the house of the dead person. John says we could go back to the museum office. He had a bust. That's interesting. The bust that killed this guy, was this the bust in the guy's office? No, it was someone else, right? But still, I didn't write down. So 1EC, just to double check here. Okay, so bronze bust of the 3rd president of the United States. 3rd president was the bust. And then let's remind ourselves when we went to the museum, which was 11WC. A plaster bust of Aristotle adorns one of his library shelves. All right, this is getting a little cute. It was a different bust, but it was on his shelves. So, like, if his shelves are full of busts, I wonder if we won't find the missing... We won't find that bust was from his office. But wouldn't it make more sense that it's a bronze bust in City Hall if it's of a president? Rather than carrying it, if you're a murderer, do you carry it from the museum? Where's the museum? Look, here's the museum. And here's City Hall. Would you really carry a bronze bust in your pocket? You're not going to carry it in your pocket. It's big and heavy. Okay, so it was a great idea. It was a great idea, but it's not logical that someone would carry it from the museum to there to do it. So I don't think we do that. But I do want to stick with our previous theory. In fact, it's almost like a maxim that I want to put into the world of Bureau of Investigation, but maybe in general as detectiving, which is when someone is killed, go to their house. Because now you have an opportunity to search their house unencumbered. And if they were killed, they didn't have time to hide stuff because they weren't expecting to be dead. So that's what I think we should do. I think we should go to Shellam's apartment and investigate. So Shellam's address is 1 Northwest. So now we want to go to 1001. In fact, notice that 1 Northwest is exactly the example gave in the instructions. Like if you wanted to go to 1, now you go to 1001. So we're going to go to 1001 Northwest in investigate mode, not speak mode, because we don't think anyone's there. So we're going to go to 1001 Northwest, 1001 Northwest in investigate mode. I think you were right. This idea of speak versus investigate is the right way to do it. So we're going 1001 Northwest, which is Shellam's apartment. All right, let's do it. I feel like blocking these things off is actually kind of helpful to me too. It keeps me from reading stuff by mistake. You manage to sneak into the building and force the door to Dr. Shellam's apartment. The scene you discover there is most peculiar. From the kitchen to the bedroom, through the living room, dozens of books lie open among leftovers and ripped open cans of food, abandoned here and there. Rummaging through his office, you find the handwritten order for Joseph Pollard's involuntary commitment, drafted by Dr. Shellam, and dated the day before the expedition's return to Boston. On his nightstand, between a pile of books on various subjects and a half-eaten raw chicken carcass, you find his copy of 5 lectures on psychoanalysis. Your attention is drawn to his diary. The first part is quite humorous, illustrated with small caricatures. In it, he flippantly addresses several subjects: an adulterous relationship between the expedition chief leader and Florence Abast, a homosexual relationship that John supposedly had with his student, Joseph Pollard, as well as Chaz Johnston's fascination with Florence Abast, a likely consequence of an unresolved Oedipus complex that causes him to regard the photographer as if she was his own mother, especially when she makes pancakes. The doctor adds that he harbors a feeling of aggressiveness towards his lover and expedition chief leader, the latter taking on the role of the father in his psyche whenever he asks him to work. The writing adopts a more serious academic tone in its latter pages. The doctor discusses at length the phallic aspect of the jade statue and its probable function in a system of primitive fertility rites. It did look phallic, that 7-foot jade statue. Then follows a clinical study of Joseph Pollard's behavior, which go through several phases. It says see pages 38 through 39. The diary ends abruptly, and its last pages are blank. So it sounds like we get to turn to pages 38 and 39 and look at that. Well, this was fascinating. Okay, let's what do we find here? Okay, so we find Shellam's diary. And the first thing we find is that he orders involuntary commitment of Joseph Howard. That's the assistant. I wonder if we read it wrong. When we read it and we were introduced to Pollard, it seemed like the game was telling us it was Joseph's assistant, whose last name is Pollard. Now I'm thinking maybe Joseph Pollard is his name, and he's the assistant to... We don't know. But maybe it's still John. Oh, John's assistant. Okay, it actually clarifies it later. Okay. Joseph Pollard's his name. Commit involuntary thing, drafted and dated day before the expedition's return. So dated before the return. Well, that's a good motive for murder, right? You go so that you won't be committed, and this guy knows information about you. Jonathan says, I think we need to take a moment now to recognize that Jonathan is saying it was a good call coming here. Whenever someone praises me, I think it's important to spend some time bringing it up to the attention of the channel. Okay. The other thing he's got in his diary is a whole list of relationships. So he says, he's a bit of a Freudian guy. He says, it's humorous. He's got drawing caricatures. Okay, so he says, Jennings and Florence having an affair. Okay, and he says, so let's give you a look at this while I'm doing it. The expedition leader, Jennings and Florence are having an affair. And then John Abast and Pollard, his assistant, having a homosexual relationship. This confirms that Pollard is Jonathan's assistant and student. Then Chaz is infatuated with Florence. And the doctor adds that he harbors, I guess, I'm reading this now to mean not that the doctor harbors feelings of aggressiveness, but maybe Chaz harbors feelings of aggressiveness towards his lover and expedition chief leader. Or maybe is this the doctor saying, the doctor adds that he harbors, I guess this is the doctor, harbors a feeling of aggressiveness towards his lover. So we're also told that Shillem having an affair with Jennings. I wonder if this fish statue is making them all have affairs with each other. Okay, and then we're told about fertility. Do you think this statue is making them all have these sexual relationships? Jonathan is saying, I think it's still talking about Chaz's complex. Okay, so let's see. Chaz has a fascination with Florence. Doctor adds that he harbors a feeling. Okay, so you think this is Chaz is having an affair. All right, I'm going to write down Chaz or show him. I don't know exactly how to read that. I don't know which one it is. Consequence as if she were his own mother. The doctor adds that he harbors a feeling of aggressiveness. Yeah, it's not clear. It's not clear. You could read that either way. You might be right. It might be Chaz he's talking about. All right, so a bunch of relationships. I'm starting to think that this fish statue is what's causing everyone to do it. Okay, and now, but then it also says, see pages 38 through 39. Let's see if that is stuff we're supposed to look at. Yes, but, okay. There's extra stuff to read. But I think it's pointing us to this. And these are entries that we don't get to read. Okay, so we would have just said 39 if it only wanted us to read this. So we guess we're reading both of these things. This looks like his diary, and this is the letter to commit. So let's take a look. Here's the letter to commit. This is the day before they got back, we're told. In my capacity as psychoanalyst, I hereby certify that Mr. Joseph Pollard, age 21, is not mentally capable of consenting to his voluntary commitment. I have observed that his current mental disorders represent a danger to himself and require immediate and constant medical supervision. According to the law, all the medical conditions are met. I request that Mr. Joseph Pollard be immediately committed to a psychiatric facility. Presumably this wasn't sent. This isn't a copy, so we have no reason to believe that this was enacted on, but it could be why he was killed. Now let's look at this entry from the diary. It says, Phase 1, total mutism stasis, stopped feeding himself, accepts food and water when presented like a child, interviews and medication. So we're told, don't forget, by the leader, we were told that Pollard was sick the whole expedition. So here is him talking about this sickness. Phase 2, remission of Phase 1, physiological symptoms. He has resumed speaking, regressive state, asks lots of questions, motor skills disability, dangerous to himself, has started to read everything. The calendar, dictionary, etc., uninterrupted streams of questions. The sedatives seem to ease his condition for a few hours. Gradual improvement of his motor skills, interviews and medication. Phase 3, he suffers from dementia. Jonathan is talking about why he thinks the doctor was referring to Chaz. I think that makes sense. Oedipus complex, so his mother and father, makes sense because Jennings and Florence are having the affair. So it's Chaz that is obsessed with the mother and is aggressive towards the father figure, Jennings. Okay. I'm liking this case as far as posing this sort of scary world to us. Okay, and this was clue 6 of 13. All right, so if Pollard's been driven mad and might be the murderer of the doctor, maybe we should visit Pollard, but he's going to have dementia. Is that worth talking to him, or is it going to be nonsense? John says, is a diary about Pollard or Chaz? It's about Pollard. It's about Pollard. The diary is about Pollard. Here's the how he's committing Pollard and this is the diagnosis of Pollard. The death of the doctor could be a side story, or it could be crucial to our main mission, but there's no clear indication that the death is related to the disappearance. John says, can you humor me and go back and check? I know the letter is about Pollard, but I thought the diary was about Chaz. Could be wrong. Okay, let's check. But look, we're going to go back and read it. But one thing is clear. This is diagnosis that needs someone to be committed. I mean, it seems pretty clear that it's saying he suffers from dementia. That's the reason to commit him. He's mentally not capable. He's got mental disorders. So it seems pretty clear to me that this is a diagnosis of the person you're committing and why they're open. But we can certainly go back and read this thing and see if we can make more sense of this. So we read the diary. In the beginning, it's flippant stuff about relationships. So expedition in Florence, homosexual relationship with John Abast and his student Joseph Pollard, as well as Chaz's fascination with Florence. Period. The doctor adds that he harbors a feeling of aggressiveness towards his lover and expedition chief leader, the latter taking on the role of the father in his psyche whenever he asks him to work. The writing adopts a more serious tone in its latter pages. The doctor discusses at length the phallic aspect of the jade statue, and then follows a clinical study of Joseph Pollard's behavior. So absolutely confirmed that part of the diary was the serious consideration of Pollard's medical condition. I still think it's unclear about the aggressiveness towards his lover is the doctor or Chaz. We don't know that, but we do know that the diary is definitely about Pollard. Okay, so we've got all these relationships with interrelationships on the expedition, and I have a feeling it's the fish statue causing them. So there's just too many relationships going on there about that. Did we mark this one northwest? No, we didn't. So let's mark this. This is that guy's house. All right, so let's think. Where do we want to go next? We could go back and talk to the expedition leader. We could talk to Pollard, who's going crazy. We can talk to John Abast, who's Pollard's boss. I suppose they're all as good as any. The charge we got in the instructions, I'm asking you to find this statue and, more importantly, identify the culprits and the possible links they have with the Order of Dagon. So let's just remember that. Our main charge is to find the statue. That's tricky. I mean, I kind of want to talk to these people, but I almost feel like they're all part of a side story. Like, they brought this thing back. They couldn't have stolen it. How does it get stolen? Where is it? I guess the trucks would be our guess about how it was transported. But we don't really have good pointers to suggesting that. Jonathan wants to go track the guy again. Track the representative again. John says, I think figuring out the killer and pointing to their location will get you some side points. Yes, I mean, everything we've seen about this game and the way Gregory has designed it is you can get little points for understanding side stories as well. So I think finding the killer of this guy absolutely would get us some points, even though it's a side mission. We don't know how much of a side mission is. He heard a dull sound. What would be that dull sound? And why did we hear it? Wait, we heard it again when that guy was killed, right? What was the doesn't that strike you as odd when we went to City Hall? I know we skimmed past it, but it says a muffled noise pulls you out of your drowsiness. Then a second one, accompanied by a bone clinking sound. You come back to reality as your eyes adjust to the scene's bright lights. A harpoon in hand, legs bent but chest straight, a primitive dressed in animal skins. This is where we're at the performance. The native Inuit performance. A muffled noise. I feel like that's a is it some Inuit drum? Is that what the muffled noise is? Like an Inuit thing? Or teleport portals, yeah, something like I wonder if we should sneak around. Do we sneak around City Hall? Okay, so this game is difficult to get your hands around how much you're playing it for theme and atmosphere and stuff. I feel like from a thematic atmosphere standpoint, I want to talk to the guy who's gone crazy. Drunk Tiger wants to sneak around City Hall. We should search the crime scenes. Yes, that's not City Hall. Or City Hall is one and the museum is another. Okay. I want to go talk to Pollard first. I know that could be a bad use of our time since he's gone crazy, but I feel like first of all, he might be the killer. And second of all, I want to see what crazy stuff he's saying. So let me do that first. And let's not forget the Alexandra Zarkovets. She's a Russian collector. She's maybe trying to get close to the mayor for some reason. All right, so I wanted to go look at Pollard. Where do we know his address? 1 Southwest. So we want to go to 1001 Southwest Pollard. And do we interview him or investigate? This interview versus this speak versus investigate is just agonizing. All right, I think we're going to go talk to Pollard and see what he has to say. So 1001 Southwest, speak to Pollard. This might be a terrible mistake, but I want to see what the insane person who was about to be committed has to say for himself. So 1001 Southwest, is that on our map? No, it's not. I'm going to put it down here. That's Pollard. Any objection? Now's the time. Okay, 1001 Southwest. Okay. You can call me Alicia, starts Mrs. Green before telling you that Joseph Pollard is away. He never returned from his trip to the North Pole. She also tells you she contacted Mr. Jennings. I wasn't too fond of Joseph, even though it was Dr. Shellham who hired him. Besides, it's always best to go straight to the top. Mr. Jennings is the one who hired him. Besides, it's always best to go straight to the top. Mr. Jennings is the one who paid cash for the room. Mr. Jennings then allegedly informed her that Mr. Pollard was resting at the Boston Asylum. It wouldn't surprise me if Dr. Shellham was involved somehow, if you ask me. So this entry was not very helpful, but she tells us Jennings paid for the room, which we could still search. And she says Pollard is at Boston Asylum. So if we want to talk to him, we have to go there. Where is Boston Asylum? We went there last time. I can't remember if we had any luck. So healthcare. Resting at Boston Asylum. So just just to be clear, I don't see a Boston. Let's see, Boston City Hospital, Boston State Hospital. So a little bit troubling is that sure sounds like we should be able to go to the Boston Asylum. But what we've got is Boston City Hospital, Boston State Hospital, Medical Center, St. Mary's Hospital. So there's a medical examiner. So this is a little strange to me that there's no Boston Asylum. I wonder if the Boston City Hospital is where it means we should go. Boston Asylum. So I'm just going to put a big question mark here. And I'm going to write down Boston City Hospital, 123 ELS. Remember, if you look up a place, and it's not in the book. It doesn't count against you. There's Arkham Sanatorium, but we're not in Arkham, so it's not going to be that, I'm assuming. So I mean, you could try to go to a place on the assumption that it's not, if it's not right, there won't be an entry. Any thoughts on that? If he's in the asylum, he can't be the killer. That's a good point. So maybe, but boy, did we just do them? Did we just do a? Sorry, did we just do a clue? That's another waste of time. Should we have known that he's already been committed? The fact that that letter wasn't sent made me think he hadn't yet been committed. But maybe he got committed without the letter. That's a little bit troubling. A little bit painful if that's true. If we were meant to know he was at the he was actually committed to the asylum, then I wish that that letter had been not done the way it was. The fact that the letter was still in his possession seemed like, well, then he wasn't committed yet. What did she say? Does she say for sure he's in the asylum, or just that she thinks he's in the asylum? Okay, wait a minute. I looked up 1, not 1001. Sorry. Okay. So I didn't, thank you. Jonathan is just saying the same exact thing. I looked at 1, not 1001. Okay, sorry. So I read before that. Let's now read. Boy, that's tricky. That one of my notes. So when we play these games, I make little notes to myself. I've got a little document for when I do the review. And one of the things I put in my notes is that you really have to be more careful in this game than you did others. So it looks like in this case, it's the same exact paragraph. She says he never returned from his trip. She contacted Jennings. He wasn't too fond. I wasn't too fond, even though Shalom hired him. Besides, it's always best to go straight to the top. Mr. Jennings is the one who paid cash for the room. Mr. Jennings informed her that Pollard was resting at the Boston Asylum. And then she says, it wouldn't surprise me if Shalom was involved somehow. So exactly the same paragraph. It's just copied. That may explain why this book is so big, because there's a lot of duplicated paragraphs. That was clue 7. It hurts when if you don't get information and you don't follow up. It feels like you wasted a lead. Thanks for making sure that I did that, Jonathan. All right. Well, you guys wanted to search the scenes of the crime. Jonathan says the fact that there are same paragraphs make me nervous about revisiting the rep or the museum. Yeah. But certainly we can search around City Hall, the scene of the death, but that's not really the scene of our crime, though. John says, is there a way to get to the docks that the representative was talking at? Yeah, let's see here. Innsmouth former fishing harbor. Innsmouth former fishing harbor. But we're not in Innsmouth. So I don't see how. Let's look up docks here. There's the Dockers Trade Union, the Boston Dockers Syndicate. I don't think we have real reason to think that we could go there, though. Suppose we should take a little break while we're at this point, and then we'll think about where to go next. It's not that there are lots of places we can go. It's just because of the time limit, it's sort of agonizing to think where we should go. All right, so I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Case 2, the Expedition of Bureau of Investigations. In the chat, we were talking about theories. Drunk Tiger says, too much speaking and not enough sneaking. So I think we're going to do some sneaking now, but I want to remind everyone that when we run out of time, we have to pick 3 locations that neutralize the threat. In this case, we're tasked with finding the statue. So I'm thinking that in the back of our minds, we should be thinking that we're going to have to pick where we think the statue is. So that's that. The second thing is, if we don't get a good enough score, we get to replay it. This will be a real interesting case to replay, given this plus 1000 mechanic. I do think that the idea of these heuristics, one heuristic is when someone's dead, you go to their house and search it. But then another heuristic might be we search the scene of the crimes. There's 2 places where we've heard these drums that seem to be this sound in our head or whatever when the fish... It may be just sound in their head, don't forget. It may not actually be physical, actual sounds that everyone can hear. It may just be sounds in your head that you hear when the fish god is teleporting or something. Nevertheless, I think we should now investigate City Hall and investigate the museum. So let's do that. Any preference for where to go? Also, that fish statue was taken from the Inuit in the Arctic. I think it might be at the zoo. Just keep that in mind. We can go around to the zoo. All right, let's go to the initial scene of the crime, the museum. Let's do that first. So the museum is at 11 WC. So we're going to go to 1011. Investigate the museum. Okay, here we go. WC 1001. Okay, it's a total whiff here. The evening is already well underway when the curator leaves the premises. You tail him to the gambling den where he's heading in the city's rundown neighborhood. William F. Kelly spends most of his night gambling before returning home shortly before dawn. So this is, again, this mechanic of investigate where you don't really have control over what you're doing. It's telling this guy we wanted to search inside the museum. Okay, so nothing of interest here. That's just a wasted lead. This, I think, things like this make me think that, make me just reinforce my original idea that maybe it would be better if you always read one section and then it said, like, if you, like, you go to the museum is 11 and then you've got a choice. Do you want to tail the director, then you go to this paragraph? Do you want to search the museum, go to this paragraph, rather than having you look up these independent things? But we'll hold thought on that. All right, so that was useless. Let's try sneaking around City Hall now. All right, so City Hall was City Hall is 1 EC. So let's go to 1001 EC now. 1001 EC, investigate City Hall. Okay, here we go. 1001 EC. I feel like this might be one we redo. We replay. Okay, 1001 EC. You run up the reception hall's monumental staircase to reach the large circular balcony overlooking it. The officer on guard duty rises from his chair as you approach. You exchange a few words after introducing yourselves. Apart from a photographer who arrived shortly after the body was removed by Weatherby's team, the medical examiner, no one has come by and he feels like time is dragging. He grants you access to the room. On the carpet, white chalk outlines where George Shalom's body was found. There's a little typo there. Around where its head should have been a dark spot resembling a starfish. You notice a large empty space on a dresser at the back of a windowless room. That is where Jefferson's bust sat, between those of Washington and Roosevelt. You assess the weight of one of them, which seemed to be approximately 35 to 40 pounds. That's very heavy to pick up and hit someone with. Further inspection of the room does not provide any additional information. You leave, but not without wishing the officer good luck. He takes his seat again as you go away. So, really nothing except that maybe the bust was in room 35 pounds. So an attack of opportunity. But that was largely a waste. And that was clue number 9. We're almost out of time. This feels like it might be a case we play twice. Okay. $35 to 40 pounds is swingable. I'm not sure if 30... not to me, it's not. I think you have to be in pretty good shape to swing 35, 45 pounds. That's too heavy. That's too heavy. 45 pounds is a lot to swing. Let's just look. Let's remind ourselves of other places we can go. Okay. We can talk to the night watchman at his house. He lives by the water, I'll mention. We can go talk again to the expedition leader. We can speak to the investigator who the newspaper told us is working the case. We can try to speak to or tail the representative again. We can go to the truck rental. We can go to the truck rental guy's lawyer, since the truck rental guy is arrested. We can go to the zoo. We can go to the other expedition leaders' places and talk to them, Florence and Jonathan. We could try to sneak around Pollard's house, but remember that he hasn't been back to it, so that might not have any recent stuff. We could go to check out the Russian collector, Alexandra Zakharov. We could go to Florence's house. We could try to go to the hospital to try to find Pollard, even though we couldn't find an asylum. Any thoughts? Shot in the dark and sneak around the zoo. I mean, I think there's a case to be made for sneaking around the zoo because that would be one of the guesses. So if we're trying to guess where it is there any reason to think that it's in the zoo other than this ad? This is the only reason why we're thinking zoo, right? Because this Arctic exhibition. There's nothing else pointing us to zoo. All right, I'm going to make the case that we don't go to the zoo. And the reason is that I'm afraid that we're being tricked. And also, we'll guess the zoo. Like, if we rule out everything else, that's going to be our guess. Even if we go there. So, like, sort of as a metagaming thing, like, if we go there and discover nothing, then I still might have to guess zoo if we don't have a better guess. And if we go there, is it going to tell us you find the fish god? Probably not. So, like, it could just make us more suspicious of the zoo. That's true. But I just don't think we're going to get... It'd be better off to try to rule out places. I think maybe the trucks. Was there a starfish stain right at the crime scene? Yes, it was his the blood from the head injury spread out like a starfish. I believe that's what it was saying. Let me just look at it again, 1001 EC. I believe it was just like a little metaphorical thing. 1001 EC. Sorry. 1001 EC. There's a photographer. Remember, this could be our woman who's a photographer. Not with, let's see. Around where its head should have been, a dark spot resembles a starfish. I think it's saying the bloody starfish. All right, Anna Maria says night watchmen or other expedition members. I think we should do another expedition member then, because the night watchman, I feel like he didn't have any useful information to us. Everything he said he went in there, he couldn't find it, the doors weren't forced. Okay, stop for a second. We read something that we just wrote off. But now I wonder. Hold on a second. Okay. If the doors weren't forced and it wasn't a teleport thing, then that means someone had to have keys to come in and out. And when we tailed the manager of the Fine Arts Museum, he was gambling. Is it possible that he owes money? He's heading to the city's rundown neighborhood. William F. Kelly spends most of his night gambling before returning home shortly before dawn. So I want to note that he's gambling. What if he owes money and the criminals use that to leverage him to give him keys to the museum? William F. Kelly has an entry in his home, which we know he just went to. He's at 15 WC. So one possibility is he owes money and they use that to get the keys. That's if we think that's how they got in. Drunk Tiger says, didn't we hear something about sacrifice? Yes, the guy was saying the history of this fish god is it's a fertility thing and you get benefits by doing some sacrifices. Could the doctor's death be a sacrifice? Absolutely, it could. Let's talk to the abbots. Remember that the guy's dead. They know he's dead. So our people who ran the expedition should have some information. They may have their own theories to why he was killed. Logically, if we think logically about this, the expedition leader might be in the best position to know who would have murdered him. So I think we should talk to the other expedition people. I do think that's a good idea. So should we talk to the leader again? We were told he doesn't know much. All right, let's talk to the abbots. Let's go to the abbot's house, the abbast's house. So 27 ELS is where they live. So 1027 ELS, I'm going to go talk to them is what I'm going to do. 1027 ELS. 27 ELS. Abast house. I also note that we know the Abast woman's photography studio. So we're going to talk to them. ELS 1027. All right, let's see what we got here. John Abast opens the door to his little house. After offering you a coffee, he quickly confides, "Poor George, I will miss him. Thanks to him, we were all able to return home safe and sound. No matter what Arthur says, the expedition went really badly. Joseph fell ill when Arthur and Johnston returned with that abominable statue. Everyone focused on it instead of him. Even me, to my great shame. The rigors of the Arctic made us lose our heads. It was as if we lost all sense of reality. It could have ended even worse. The lot of us could have cracked like Pollard. Fortunately, George was there and remained cool-headed. Otherwise, the poor kid would have probably left this world. He wouldn't eat or drink and stayed inert in his cabin all the time. This incident turned out to be a real nightmare. No, my spouse isn't here. She spends all of her time in her studio. You thank John Abast for his testimony and take your leave." So that was useless. He tells us his wife is in her studio. I think we might have reason to think that she might have some photographs that might be relevant for us. Maybe I should have thought about that first. But let's look at this again. He says, no matter what Arthur says, the expedition went badly. Joseph Pollard fell ill. They're talking about the guy who went crazy. Arthur and Johnston returned with the statue. So the statue drove Pollard mad. That might be a reason we want to find out where Pollard is, because he might be the only person who got clues to us about how the statue. But it's clear, it seems, that the statue is making them crazy. And they're saying we would have all cracked like Pollard, but the doctor remained cool-headed. John says, let's investigate the trucks on the off chance that they lead to a secret location. Okay, so this was clue number 10. We only have 3 more left. All right, so the statue made them all crazy. And if we had to guess, we might guess that Pollard killed the doctor in his craziness. Still doesn't tell us where the statue is. Okay, let's investigate the trucks. All right, so now to be clear, The truck rental place is at 10 Southeast. I just want to make sure we all understand that the truck rental is at 10 Southeast. But we're told in the paper that this guy was arrested on counts of contraband, receipt of stolen goods, accessory to alcohol smuggling. And then he's got his lawyer. If one could criticize him for administrative disorder, lack of professional rigor, he certainly is not complicit with his clientele. Mr. Emerson's rental company operates for the benefit of criminal enterprises by alcohol. All right, I do think it's very likely that this truck, I just want to remind us, we've actually got 3 places related to the trucks we could go. We can go to the truck rental place. We can go to the lawyer's place who represents him, or we could go to his house or the lawyer's house. I guess we can't go to his house. We can go to the truck rental place where he lives and his house and his truck rental is, or we can go to the lawyer's office or the lawyer's house. John says, I'm for spying on the actual truck rental place. All right, let's do it. So we're going to go to 1010 Southeast, and we're doing the investigate action. This is truck rental. All right, here we are. We're sneaking around. 1001, 10. Okay, here we go. After nightfall, you sneak into the offices of the Emerson Truck Transportation Company. Against all odds, you find the rental logbook. After having a good laugh at the incompetence of the local police, you thumb through it. It is well kept, but the names in it are rather peculiar. See page 44. See page 44, logbook. The only truck rented out on the evening of the burglary was checked out at 4:30 p.m. by Mr. Whitehair. It was his first time renting a vehicle here. You inspect the surroundings and soon find the truck parked across from the rental company. An inspection of the vehicle does not provide any further information. Okay, so 4:30 p.m. by Mr. Whitehair. Well, there's our expedition leader. He looks like he's got white hair, and he's older. There's the doctor. He could also have white hair. There's the doctor. He could have white hair too, but not white enough that you would notice it. So is this Jennings? Is Mr. Jennings Mr. Whitehair? Just to put a question mark for Jennings. Okay, let's go look at this logbook. All right, so here's the logbook. look how they're naming it. Mr. Smooth Talker, Mr. Sturdy, Mr. Henchman, Mr. Short, Lefty, Red, Smooth Talker, Stalwart, Red, Squinty, Henchman, Lefty, Short, Mr. Whitehair. Okay, but look, we've got, oh, this is the cost. Now, that's interesting. Look, it's the most expensive cost. That's interesting. We've got client location, restitution, money. Client, there is no location specified here. That's kind of weird, huh? Client location, restitution, money. So we look at a normal entry. It's got a client. It doesn't have a location, but it has when it was borrowed, 18 April, when it was returned, it looks like. Then the cost. So here's 3 days, $150. 1 day, $100. 2 days, $450. 6 days, $250. 2 days, $400. Doesn't look like there's a relationship between how long it was taken and the cost. But then we go down here. We don't see an starting date. We just have an ending date, 7 May at 4:30. Massive Jade statue stolen overnight, but that would have been the night of May 7th. Is this saying the truck was returned on May 7th at 4:30 p.m., meaning it was returned before our burglary? So is this the truck they used to transport it to the museum, but not to take it away? I think that's what we might be, that's the conclusion that I can come to. But I don't quite understand why some of these have an intake and an outtake day. Or maybe these are 2 days they're taking it for. But if it happened overnight, it happened at 2 a.m. on the 7th. And what does it say about? The only truck rented out on the evening of the burglary was checked out at 4:30 p.m. Checked out at 4:30 p.m. So this is very weird, but I guess it doesn't have a return time. This is confusing the way this is written here. But we're told in the text that it was checked out at 4:30. Depending on whether it was returned, I'm going to look up 600 and 1,600 just to make sure that, oh, I can't do that. There's no even locations for that. Okay, so I was just thinking maybe it's the price, but let's see. The chat says, Mr. Whitehair is the museum guy. Hard to tell. Kind of seems like a translation hiccup. Drunk Tiger pointed out that the museum manager had white hair. Maybe it is. Do we think maybe it would make sense now? Those pieces sort of fit together. If there was no force on the entries and the museum guy has gambling debts, that would make some sense. Do we need to resolve this in any other way? The white-haired guy rented a truck at 4:30 p.m. on that day and didn't return it yet. Or this is just completely unclear here how we're supposed to read this. Every other date has the date it was taken out and then the date it was returned. This one just has 4:30 p.m., which you might read as date returned, but then the text told us that's the day you checked it out. And it's expensive. Let's white hair. I'm just going to write down or museum guy. What was the museum guy had white hair, huh? Can we check 600 in the elsewhere section? I'll just quickly check it to see. Yeah, there's no 600 in elsewhere section, so that's got to be cost. It's expensive, but we don't know. Maybe they just use a shorthand when someone takes it for the week, because I see here's another one that was expensive. So maybe when you take it for a week, you pay an expensive cost. Okay, let's think now. If our white-haired guy is the museum guy, what was the museum we read 11WC? We went and talked to him. Let's just read, let's look at that again. He's a white-haired man in his 50s. Okay. So it could be Jennings renting the truck, or it could be the museum guy renting the truck. And could it be the museum guy? Like, I want to make sure we're not, if we're getting the timeline stuff wrong, then he could have used the truck to bring it in. We can go to the museum guy's house after he goes home from gambling. Jonathan says he wants to investigate the Russian collector and rule her out. We don't have time to rule people out. That's how this game kills you. That you just go into places feels like, unless our gut tells us that she's involved, I just don't see it. All right, let me tell you the places that I am interested in. I'm tempted to go to the museum guy's home and investigate it to see if he's got the statue in his house. And I'm tempted to go to the studio woman on the chance that she's got photographs of something important. It definitely feels like we're going to have to replay this game. We've only got 2 more leads to follow before our time is out. Okay, I think the Jonathan says, I think the museum guy's house was the museum. Let's see. If not, I think, don't forget, we could still even go back to him, talk to him even now. But I am inclined to visit the museum guy's house. Or don't forget the other inspector. Kelly is the museum head. Okay, let's look up his house. Kelly, William Kelly, 15WC. 15WC is not the museum. Where is 15WC? I don't see it on the map, did I? Oh, there it is. It's next door to the museum. Okay, let's go to his house. Yeah. So now do we talk to him? Do we talk to him about his gambling debts, or do we search around his house? It's agonizing, these decisions. I think we have to knock on his door and talk to him. Both Jonathan and Drunk Tiger say sneak and search. I think we have to talk to him because we can confront him about the truck rental if we talk to him. Or we can get a feeling for whether he's being truthful or not. I'm going to talk to him. 3 people say sneak. Really, guys? All right, we're sneaking. I can't go against 3 people. So 15WC, which translates to 1015 WC. WC. We're calling this investigate. And this is Kelly house. All right, 1015 WC sneak. The evening is already well underway when the curator leaves the premises. Wait. You tail him to the gambling den where he's heading in the city's rundown neighborhood. William F. Kelly spends most of his night gambling before returning home shortly before dawn. We already read that. So maybe that was the same. $1,001. Maybe I read that wrong. 1011. Oh my gosh, look at this, guys. So we went to the museum, searched, and we went to his house, searched. They both have the same exact paragraph. Both times says he leaves the premises. This feels wrong to me. Like, this one was when we watched his house. This says is underway and the curator leaves the premises. But when we go to his house, it says the evening's already underway when the curator leaves the premises. You tail him to the gambling den. Both entries say as if he's leaving a place. I'm not sure. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to count that as not counting a lead. I'm going to do a little audible call here and say that we're going to not count that against ourselves as one of our leads. It's reasonable that you would get the same text. The fact that it's exactly the same, a little weird. I'm just going to, easy fix, we're just going to not count that. I'm just going to make a note to myself that we're going to don't count against us. Okay, but now I'm going to knock on that door. So 1015 WC, and this is going to be speak or chat. Gregory Pravat can tell us at some point what the intention there was. Let's try to talk to him, though. 1015. Let's see if there's an entry here. Mr. Kelly's housekeeper informs you that he is away. You should be able to find him at the Museum of Fine Arts up the street. So, nothing, but that does count against us. So, that was clue number 12. That feels like that was really another complete miss. Is his gambling have nothing to do with anything? Okay. That was the truck. That was Kelly's house. What now? We're going to have to guess after our next clue where the statue is. Jonathan says, shot in the dark, the Russian collector. She's financing all of this. There's three places that are on the waterfront. The truck, then 1WC. Where's that? The night watchman lives at 1WC near the Charles River. You don't really need to be by rivers, though, to make this fish god go crazy. And then who lives at 3 Southwest? That's Chaz Johnston, the nervous guy. We actually talked to him before the guy got killed. So, the broad outlines of our theory here is that this statue drives you crazy. It makes the people around it get into relationships with each other. It's like a fertility thing, makes you crazy. It drove Pollard actually mad. It made the others have relationships with each other, though they seem to be okay. Brought to the museum, stolen. I don't know why they're hearing these muffled sounds like drums. I wonder if the muffled sounds like drums are I was going to say, is it that fish statue affecting people? But we were at the performance. So that wouldn't make sense that it would be there. We could tail the representative Innsmouth again. If it's the same, would we count it against us? Says Jonathan. We would count it against us. Yes. It's only because that clue wasn't just the same, but it felt like it was the same when it shouldn't have. Anna Marie says, I'd like to start over and talk to people before the murder. Well, this definitely feels like a game we would replay. There are enough people to do 13 more leads. So let's just pick a place to go. John says Russian collector. I just can't. I'd be more inclined to talk to the representative because we're asked about connections to Dagon. I don't see why she would be like, why would she be there? Like, why did, there's nothing unusual about her. Was there anything about the mayor in the newspaper? What about this? There's little doubt that Inspector Aaron and his legendary sagacity will be able to solve this mystery. All right, one more lead. Okay. I think we're going to be playing this again. And I think my choice will be to talk to the representative. Like, if we have to think it's stolen by someone, he's our good candidate to be working with someone to get it stolen. If he is connected to this cult. So let's go talk to that, and then we might guess that it's in the zoo, but I think we're going to go talk to the representative. I know it's not popular. She was introduced later in the case at the time split. Jonathan's making his case for talking to the Russian woman. I just can't in good conscience talk to this Russian collector on no basis. In fact, the only thing we know is she couldn't have been involved in the murder. I still think our best bet is that it's museum director working with someone, but he's not at home. I'm gonna go talk to the guy. Talk to the representative, because we tried sneaking around. We didn't see him going with anyone. Or should we be talking to the night watchman? Well, there's lots of places we want to do. We just can't do them all at once. All right, let's talk. I'm going to try talking to the representative, which is 1002 Northwest. We're going to speak to him. Okay, 1002 Northwest. Isaac Goodman welcomes you eagerly. After he closes the door to his office, the passion and intensity of his voice makes it clear that he considers you all to be lackeys of a conspiratorial government. Did you come to sell me your lies and nonsense, or to silence me under the guise of military secrecy, as you have with so many honest citizens of this country? These were the methods you used in Innsmouth, weren't they? I suppose you are here because of the interview I gave to the press. I don't doubt that you and the masterminds who gave you your marching orders are embarrassed by it, but neither my fellow citizens nor I will give in to the pressures of an iniquitous power. You are unable to obtain anything conclusive from the dialogue that follows. The elected representative makes no connection between the theft of the statue, which he seems to disregard, and the events of Innsmouth. He counts on the police to shed light on the gruesome murder that occurred during the reception. Okay, so that's nothing, and now we have to solve the case. 1002 Northwest speak. This is representative. He said nothing. Okay, and that was lead 13. That's it. So we must now solve this case, which we have no basis for solving. Absolutely no basis for solving. We think that the fish statue might be driving people crazy. We think that Pollard might be in an asylum, but he might have snuck back to kill the doctor. But we don't know who has stolen this fish statue. The only place we have to guess might be the zoo, just because we haven't been there, but just because it's the one place that seems like would be a good place to hide it, but we don't know how it could have gotten there or anything. It's just that we don't have a better place for it to be. I suppose logically you might consider, here are some options. It could still be in the museum, in the basement. We do suspect that guy, but if so, why would he rent the truck? This is assuming, of course, that the rental truck timeline is right. If he did rent the truck to carry away the statue, then it wouldn't be with the night watchman. And Maria says, could we start over without trying to solve it? I think that's a great question because I do want to talk about that now. But let's take a look. Drunk Tiger says, I think it's with the night watchman. The truck was rented by the white-haired guy, but used by the watchman. That's an interesting theory. Don't forget, the night watchman has worked there for 15 years. He's completely trusted by the owner of the museum, the guy who runs it, but maybe they're in cahoots. So let's talk about Anna Maria's question. Could we start over without trying to solve it? So let's think about this for a second because Gregory's here. I don't want to ask Gregory's opinion so much, but let's think about this from our own standpoint, assuming if we imagine Gregory wasn't here. Without any basis for really solving it, we would now pick 3 places. And we might pick those 3 places: the Russian collector's house, the night watchman's house, and the zoo. We might just pick those 3 places, which feel more shot in the dark places. Now, so the question you'd have to ask yourself is, how would we feel if we're right? If we're wrong, then no harm's done. We would just replay it, and we won't have read anything important. The danger in this case would be is if we take our 3 guesses, the Russian collector, the zoo, and the night watchman's house, and we get it right. Then we're going to feel like, well, that's a little disappointing that our guesses were right, but they weren't based on any real information. So the question is, should we assume that we lost and replay it? And I think, so without Gregory answering this, let's say this. Gregory has made clear that the time thing is important for some of these cases, and even gone so far as to say if you don't abide by the time, you break it. So we must imagine that at least there's a possibility that, like, there might be a case, like this case, where it's impossible to get it right by guessing, but only by guessing wrong do you unlock some second part. So I think, even though Anna Maria says I wouldn't like to solve it accidentally, I agree. I think what we have to do is we have to play by the rules. And maybe what we can do is quickly glance at the 3 guesses. And if it looks like they're straightforward right or wrong, then maybe I won't actually read them, but we'll back up. But if it's some little mechanic that gives us more time, then we'll keep playing. So I completely on everyone's side. Let's, as if we're playing this though, let's make our 3 guesses. So each person gets to make a guess, it looks like, or see if there's some compromise. I'm going to guess the zoo, which is an elsewhere place. It could be with the other detective. Okay, the zoo is 2ELS. What else? Okay, Jonathan wants the Russian collector. Okay, the Russian collector is... could be in the wife's studio too. All right, let's see. Where's the Russian collector live? The Russian collector, Alexandra Zarkovets, 76 ELS. Both off map, that's good. And we're basically ignoring the Russian killer with these. Okay, and Drunk Tiger said the Night Watchman. Yes, if we wanted to get side points for the killer, it would be... it might be Pollard. That would be our best guess. But we don't know where he is. He's in some asylum that we can't find in the directory. Okay, the Night Watchman is at 1 WC. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We've picked our 3 locations. They're all places we haven't been. That's an interesting mechanic of this game, that you might pick places they haven't been. What we're going to do now is we are going to take a break. In that break, I'm going to peek at these answers. And I'm going to try to peek without reading anything, but see whether the case ends as normal and with a fail, a success. And then we'll decide whether we play again without spoiling anything for you. I'll take the bullet. I'll get a little bit of spoiling. Okay, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. Then we'll come back and we'll either replay this entire case or discuss what to do. So I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale or not. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing for about 4 hours. We've reached the end of our 13 leads. We basically do not know how to neutralize the threat, where to pick. We've picked 3 places: the zoo, the Russian person, and the night watchman, more or less at random, just our best guess out of eliminating possibilities. In the meantime, I've gone to the back of the book to see how the case ends. Not to look at our answers yet, but just to see if it's some sort of false ending that you can't get it right, but you now, like, surprise, you have more time, or to see if the case ends in the standard fashion that case 1 ends, which is you get points for the different places. If you add up to 6 or more, you win. I forget the exact rules. 7 is a great victory. 6 is a reasonable victory. 6 or 5, I can't remember. Anyway, I didn't look up whether we were right or wrong. I just checked enough to check that you do get points. The case ends here with your points. And we were talking in the chat channel about what we should do now. Should we actually look up our 3 guesses, see if we're right or wrong? If we're wrong, we would replay it. And I'll get to what the chat was saying in a second, but something became clear that wasn't clear in our hypothetical discussion of this scenario, this situation that we find ourselves in, which is actually very important. When discussing this, so now I'm gonna have a little sidebar discussion here about the time limit thing and this idea of being wrong and right and replaying. When we were reading about this new system that Gregory Pravadas put in with a time limit and not trying to answer questions and reading the answers, it felt to me like maybe Gregory has come up with the best of all worlds solution, in that if you get the case wrong, if you misunderstand it, with a normal Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, you try to answer questions. The questions give away a lot of hints, so just by reading the questions, you may have spoiled the whole game. But to find out if you're right or wrong, you have to read the solution, and then at that point, you can't replay it. Which is partly why the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective doesn't tend to have time limits. Here we've got a very strict set of time limits. And my theoretical take on that was that because of this very clever mechanic Gregory has put in place, where you pick 3 places and you read how if those places you picked succeeded in neutralizing the threat. When I was looking at that, I was saying, well, this is genius, because if you're wrong, if you didn't understand the case and you're wrong, you don't spoil it when you read that you're wrong. You just read that, like, there's either no entry for this place you went, or you went to a place and it said, you didn't get it, you didn't solve it, this isn't it. And then you could happily go back and replay it. But we realized today the flaw in that approach. The flaw in reading the places you've picked, and if you're wrong, replaying. And as the chat said, this last part, Anna Maria says exactly what I was thinking. Drunk Tiger says, I thought failing was part of the game. And then Anna Maria says, yes, but as Jesse said, failing is not the problem. Accidentally succeeding is the problem. And that is, in fact, the flaw in playing this and checking your guesses and replaying if you're wrong. Because here we've got the situation where we're having to make wild guesses in the dark without being confident. And the worst thing that could happen to us now is to read that we happen to be right by chance. Because that would leave us in an unpleasant feeling. We would by reading that we're right, getting points for those places, we would be reading the solution. We couldn't then replay it. So that's what we don't want to happen. We don't want to read the solution without understanding and then miss our chance to replay it. So in fact, if you're coming up with house rules, you can't do what I thought you could do originally. You can't read your guesses and replay it if you're wrong. Because if you're right by accident, you're going to ruin your ability to get the full experience of replaying it and finding out what you didn't know. So I think as a house rule, what you basically have to say is that you can fix it with the house rule. And I think you basically fix it by doing what the Suspects card game tried to do. And maybe your house rule looks something like this. When you get to the end of the case, you have to decide, do you want to try to guess the answers? Are you confident enough that you're going to try to guess the answers, guess your 3 places, and get a complete victory if you're right? Or do you want to say, I want to take a lesser victory by taking another 10 leads to get more information, and then if I get my full points, it's still a half victory. So I think you can't, if you want to be able to replay it when you don't understand it, you can't look at your answers. So I think the way to do it is to write down your guesses, as we've had. Our guesses, this is what Suspects do. In the Suspects game, you've got 60 cards that you go through that make up a mystery, but you're asked to place your guesses after 30 cards, 45 cards, and 60 cards. And then when you look at your final result, you see how early did I guess correctly. So our house rule we're going to play is we're going to record our 3 guesses here. This is going to be our first set of guesses. We're just going to put this aside. And now we're going to go back and do more leads. And if we're ready to make our final guesses, we'll look up our answers and we'll see whether we changed our mind about our guesses or not. Now, so I like that. And we're figuring out the best house rules for us to play this game. If you're at a game night with your friends and you only had 3 hours, I mean, this game went pretty quickly for us. You would just read it and treat it like a role-playing story, and whether you're right or wrong would be fine. But because we have the time and interest, we want to understand it better. And because this case is actually quite compelling, I'm finding it much more manageable than the first case to keep in my head, and this dreaded feeling of this thing is interesting enough that I really want to uncover a little bit more of it. And I think the house rule makes sense. Now, the only additional question that we have for this particular case is this 1,000+ situation. So the question is, should we start over at a time before we made our choice, before we went to the city hall and got this 1,000+, or should we just continue and start on the 1,000+? You could make arguments either way. We happen to have the author here who says, if I was to give my opinion on option B, which is go back and start again, Gregory says, I would say play from where you are with 10 more leads, rather than start over and go to the places before the death. I guess it's a little bit of a cheat, but so the question is, do we want to go to places before the doctor died? Gregory says it's a nice idea, but the house rule won't work with the 2 other cases. Okay, so that's something to consider. But maybe you do it the same way. You quickly look in the back and see if the game ends in the standard way, or we just say for case 1 and 2, this is the house rule. All right, so now the question is, do we want to reset and be able to go to places before the doctor died? I think we should just take Gregory's suggestion that we continue from here and assume that we don't need to visit the places to get before he died. So that's going to be my suggestion. that there's nothing critical to go before he died. Although if we rewind and go straight to City Hall first, we would get more leads. Two net benefit of leads if we go straight to the one that says you get 3 more leads. But let's just do it since let's do it this way. Let's give ourselves 10 more leads, starting from here with the 1,000 plus. If we get to the end of that and we still feel like we want to go back in time and go to some places before the doctor got killed, we can always do that again. So here we go. We're starting over. We're not starting over. We're giving ourselves 10 more leads, going back into the field. It's like ring, ring, ring. Headquarters, I know you said we had 10 days. We need another 10 days. Okay? Okay. So we've got 10 more days. 10 more leads. All right. So that's what we're doing. That's where we are. Little 11-minute side mark. Okay, so now here's what we do. I think we go to those 3 places, and those 3 places we've obviously noted are the places that are most compelling to us. So let's go to them and see what's going on there. So Jonathan, who wanted to vote for the Russian, and Anna Maria and Drunk Tiger, who wanted to go to the Night Watchman, I think, or Amy Anna Maria wanted to go to the Russian too. Do you want to talk to them, or do you want to skulk around their house? Meanwhile, I picked zoo. So while you guys are thinking, I'm just going to go knock on the door of the zoo and say, did you happen to see a giant fish statue in your zoo anywhere? So I'm going to go to the zoo, which is at 2 ELS. So this is our, I'm going to write in big letters, this is our part 2. Okay, so 2 ELS, which is really 1002, I guess we should say. 1002 ELS Zoo, and we're going to talk. Talk, chat, or speak. Okay, here we go. ELS. Okay, there's no, oh yeah. There's no entry for the zoo. There's no entry for the zoo. Let me make sure that I got that right. So the zoo is, zoo's at 1 ELS. Why did I write down 2? Franklin Park Zoo is 1 ELS. All right, let's look that up again. Let me see what I wrote down here. So I wrote down that the zoo was 2 ELS. I'm not sure why. It's really 1 ELS. Okay, so when I went to 1 ELS in the knocking on the front door, there's no entry. Gregory says, Houston, we have a problem. Okay, let's see. ELS 1 doesn't have an entry for talking to them. Franklin Park Zoo, just to make sure. So I'm going to go sneak on them. But Franklin Park Zoo is 1 ELS, which is where I went. Okay, so I'm going to sneak into the zoo if there's an entry for it. So ELS, 1 ELS, there's no entry for that. So that's not that. Okay, let's stop for a second. And Gregory is saying, Houston, Hoover, we got a problem. All right, Gregory, what is the problem? I did add 1000, yes. It's not in either in either sneak or talk, there's no 1001. So no zoo entry in either place. Investigate or talk. All right, so talk and investigate. No entries. And Gregory can tell me if I'm somehow doing something wrong there. Let's try the Russian person now. So that doesn't count as a lead when there's no one there. It's weird that it would be in the newspaper. Oh, I see. Gregory's just making a joke about. All right, well, Gregory can come in and say if there's something critical that we did wrong. It's weird that I guess the only thing that's in the zoo is the newspaper article, so maybe it shouldn't be a surprise to us. Don't forget, just because there's no entry doesn't mean it's not the right answer in the end. Right? Just because there's no entry to read about it, but it would be a weird situation. Okay, the Russian was 76 ELS, so 1076 ELS, the Russian, Alexandra, and Jonathan wants to investigate. Gregory, Jonathan is right. Gregory is saying it was just a problem joke when you made the phone call. Okay. So Jonathan wants to investigate the Russian's house. I feel like there might be a I feel like we should be knocking on doors before we investigate. Like the normal course of things would be first you talk to them, and then if they act weird, you investigate them. It feels weird to me that we're skulking around people's houses without talking to them first. Like the cops always go talk to the person first, don't they? Then they get a gut feeling whether the person's hiding something, and then they go and investigate more. I feel like a lot of police work involving people is first you get them down, you put them in a tense room where they're nervous, and you get a feel for whether they're hiding something. You don't just start by searching someone. You talk to them. Most people probably give you good information. But Jonathan wants to investigate. Okay, 1076 ELS. Okay, here we go. You set up your stakeout in front of Alexandra Zarkov's mansion, but most of the comings and goings are her butler being sent on errands to cater to her luxurious fancies. She only ever leaves for short walks in the neighborhood and a few cordial exchanges with the posh ladies of the neighborhood. That seems like it's nothing, but I did notice something else that I couldn't help but glance. I saw a 2076. This suggests to me there's another time step that that we could unlock. Maybe after another one of our people dies. Okay, so investigator, we got nothing useful there. Right? Just to look at it again. So she's got a mansion, her butler on errands. She doesn't leave her house often. She walks around the neighborhood with her puppies, but it could be in her house. She could have stolen it. She could have stolen it. Do you want to talk to her now? Is the question. All right, let's continue with our nothing important. She lives in a mansion. Doesn't leave. What we should be looking for is someone who's made crazy by this statue. Whoever stole it might be going crazy. I wonder if the person who stole it could have been the one to kill the doctor. All right, well, let's continue with our approach. Let's go see the night watchman. So 1001 WC is night watchman. All right, we're going to talk to him, surely. Whoever wanted to see the night watchman, I really think we got to talk to people instead of just investigating them, don't you think? $1,001 WC. Let's see what he has to say. All right. I do think maybe, we're being too clever for our own good. Like, we should have talked to the night watchman as the first thing we did. All right. Drunk Tiger says, I wanted to sneak. Everyone wants to sneak around. All right. 1001. Mrs. Calvert cautiously answers the door of her modest Terrace Street apartment. Upon hearing the reasons for your visit, she invites you in and offers you a cup of coffee while her husband is getting dressed. She withdraws when her husband enters and you start interviewing him. I've already told the police everything I know to Inspector Aron. I started my shift that evening. We maybe should be talking to the previous inspector. I started my shift that evening as usual, greeting Mr. Kelly, the curator, who we're suspicious of. You can probably meet him if you stop by the museum. He'll confirm everything I'm telling you. He's always the last to leave, and we often drink coffee together. Frankly, not all bosses would do that. Sorry, I'm digressing. So that evening, I did my rounds. I make 6 of them every night. One in the early evening, a little after 8 p.m., and then one every 2 hours. The last one at around 6 a.m. Each round takes about 20 minutes. I finish my shift at 7 a.m. Now, these times are approximate, give or take 30 minutes. Maybe an hour. The goal is not to be predictable. And no, I don't write down the exact times. Between rounds, I sit in one room or another to enjoy the museum a bit. Or there's the guard room on the ground floor. I was in the Great Hall of Asian and Oceanic Arts. I rushed over. It took me less than a minute to get there. The statue was gone. It had disappeared. I looked around and checked the entrance. Nothing. The entrance door was not opened. This sounds like the teleporting now. Oh, I think I skipped it. I skipped a bit. Let's see. There's the guard room. Oh, okay. Let's back up. Between rounds, I sit in one room or another to enjoy the museum a bit. There's the guard room on the ground floor. There are 2 night watchmen, Matteo Silimbani, who works on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and I work the other days. So he's saying there's 2 night watchmen, me and someone else. This guy doesn't work there that day. Okay, but that's important. We've got the name of someone who wasn't on duty, but might have keys. What if I had missed that paragraph completely? I bet Gregory was going crazy. Silimbani. He's the alternate night watchman. He sounds like a character we want to talk to. Okay, so around 2 a.m., I heard a loud noise in the adjacent room. I was in the Great Hall of Asian and Oceanic Arts. I rushed over. It took me less than a minute to get there. The statue was gone. It had disappeared. He heard a noise in the adjacent room. He rushed over. Took him less than a minute from hearing the noise, and it's gone. The entrance door was not opened. I don't understand how the statue could have been moved in such a short time. It's very heavy, maybe a ton or 2. It would have taken some serious equipment to move it, and that would have made a lot of noise. I'm telling you, what happened that night is not normal. No way. No one can move such big things so easily in such a short time. Anyway, then I pulled the alarm and called the police. That's it. Okay, so that's why we didn't sneak around his house, because he's telling the truth. There's no reason to suspect him. But we do want to note from that, we got the name of another night watchman, and he heard noise, and then he's there 2 minutes later, and it's gone. He's right in the next room, and he says entrance. He checked the entrance, not there. I think that means it stayed in the museum or it teleported out. Stayed in the museum or teleported out anywhere. So let's see, we've done 2 leads because my zoo wasn't even there. Okay, so I want to point out something that frequently happens in these games. You read something and it's a little bit confusing, so you sort of say, well, it's too confusing, so let's just leave it out of our consideration. But that truck log is kind of huge, and it was a little confusing to us, and that's why we haven't incorporated it. But if the truck was, and that was at 2 a.m., if the truck was rented by a white-haired guy at 2 a.m., if it was rented at 4:30 p.m. and wasn't returned, then it feels like that white-haired guy could be responsible for this. Did we search around the museum? We did, right? Did we? I'd like to search the museum if we haven't. I believe we did. But if we didn't, I think we should. We did. That was the duplicate. I'm going to check that again. It's West Central, if we sneak, 1011. That's just the curator off to gamble. And there's no gambling places, is there? Okay. We did investigate at the museum. We just saw him going to gamble. All right, I think we should, yeah, follow the curator. That's right. And did we, and when we searched his house, we were just told that he's gambling, or when we knocked on his door. So, did we try talking to him? Yes, we tried talking to him. She just said he's out gambling. Okay, and then he comes home. All right, let's talk to Jonathan says, I don't know, I feel the truck makes less sense with teleportation if there's some teleportation involved. I don't remember there ever being any teleportation in H.P. Lovecraft, and he was big on science fiction and stuff. Anna Maria says, I have to go away for 45 minutes. I'll try to catch up with you later. Okay. I think we need to cover our other leads. It's the expedition. We need to talk to other people. I want to talk to the wife in her photo studio to see if she's got some photographs. And the doctor was having an affair with someone, or we're not sure. And we could talk to the expedition owner again. So yeah, I want to talk to Florence at her studio. Okay, so Florence's studio is 65. I've got 65 West, but it's obviously, if we look in the directory, 60. Really? Oh, it's not 65 West, it's 6 Southwest. Okay, so we're going to go talk to her at 1006 Southwest. 1006 Southwest, which is Talk Florence. Okay. So we're talking to Florence, 1006 Southwest. Okay, when you arrive, the door to the laboratory is ajar. On the floor, you immediately see Florence Abest's body. A pool of blood caused by the wound to her skull forms a halo around her head. You immediately call the police and send reinforcements and the medical examiner. Later that evening, you are informed that the Bureau, upon learning of the new developments, has granted you an additional 3 days. Look at this. Time just advanced. If you wish, you conduct one last interview before the news of Florence Abast's death spreads. You can't interview her, of course. Subsequently, add 2,000 to the address of each place you want to visit instead of 1,000. So we're now on the 2,000s. Okay, so Florence is dead. Exclamation point. She's hit on the head again. +3 leads. And we can go 1 pre-death interview. So presumably if we had gone to her before the doctor died, we'd be able to speak to her or something. Okay, so she's smashed in the head. I know that we called the medical examiner, so we could visit the medical examiner. I'm just going to write here, medical examiner, question mark. If we want to visit the medical examiner and see if he tells us how she was killed. Her head was smashed in too, again, but maybe there's some clue about what was used to smash her head in. Okay, so is there some place that inside this that we want to go before people hear about her dying? So 1, 2, this is lead number 3. And so we have 10 more leads. And we're now at +2,000. Fascinating. It's fascinating that we didn't get this on our first playthrough, that we never got even up to the +1,000, +2,000. Okay, who do we want to talk to before she's dead? Gregory says, finally. All right, so now it's clear we need to visit all these expedition people because they're being killed off. Let's look at our relationships again from our doctor's diary. Who's being involved with who? Jennings and Florence were having an affair. So Florence was killed and the doctor was killed. Is this about Joseph Pollard going crazy? I still feel like my gut tells me this is a side story unrelated to the theft of the statue. But I think now, oh yeah, now we're going to talk to the people. But the question is there anyone we want to go to before they find out about Florence's death. I mean, if Jennings was having an affair with her, it might make sense to talk to him beforehand, but we're definitely going to want to talk to him afterwards. Jonathan says, Chaz had the Oedipus complex, fixation on Jennings and Florence, right? Yes. We talked to him once. He's the guy we talked to before the doctor was murdered. We haven't talked to him since after the doctor was murdered. So yes, okay, let's do Chaz Johnston. All right, so we're choosing to go to Chaz Johnston with our last 1,000 clue. Okay, so that makes it 1,035. 1,035 talk with Chaz. Let's just make sure it is an interview. Yes, okay, so here we go. 1,035. 1,030. That's a good point. That's a good point. He's sitting at the bar at the time of the first murder. That's a very good point. Do we need to reread that? It was at City Hall. 1EC. Let's reread that. At the bar, Chaz Johnston drinks more than he should, rebuffs the few guests who dare to approach him. Then not only that, but we've got an alibi for Jennings. Don't we? No, let's see. Sorry. We don't have an alibi for Jennings. Yes, we do. A little further down, Arthur Jennings continues to congratulate himself ad nauseum on the success of the expedition in front of a large map. And then Chaz is drinking. So Jennings is there when the guy upstairs is... No. That's not right. That's not right. Jonathan, there's a flaw in your thinking. We don't know when the doctor was killed. We only know when the doctor's body was discovered. He was with us, and Jennings has an alibi too, at the time of the discovery of the doctor. But the waitress discovers when she goes into the room with whiskey. But we have no idea when he was killed. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't go to the medical examiner. Maybe the medical examiner will have time of death. Okay. Depends if the sounds we hear matter. Okay, that's a good point. We do hear the muffled noise pulls you out of your drowsiness. Then a second one accompanied by a bone clinking sound. A bone clinking sound. What is a bone clinking sound? You come back to reality as your eyes adjust to the scene's bright light. Harpoon in hand, legs bent but chest straight. Primitive dressed in animal skin stomps on the floor, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The bone trinkets that adorn his outfit tinkle along to his rushing, jerky movements. Percussion, followed by the rest of the big band placed at the back of the stage. Surging notes as he disappears in a storm of white confetti. I'm inclined to go to the... We're struggling to find leads in the thousands before Florence' death. Do we really feel the need to force another one in this range? The bone clinking sound, I guess it's just the necklace, yeah. So, Drunk Tiger is saying don't go to one just for no reason. Okay, I agree. I'm okay with that. Let's not go to 1,000 just for no reason. I think that's a good idea. Think of it as a opportunity cost. If we go to another 1,000, that's a 2,000 we can't go to. So, okay, we're not going to go to a 1,000. We're just going to continue. So I'm going to erase this. We're not going to go talk to Chaz before this. I like your reasoning. Why? We've got more rich information now. Okay, so now we're in the 2000s. We've got 10 more leads left. Okay, can we go to the medical examiner? I want to see if they have anything to say. So the medical examiner... Boston Medical Examiner is 7 Southwest. So 2007 Southwest Talk Medical Examiner. I want to see if the medical examiner has anything to say. 2007 Southwest in talk mode. Maybe there won't be an entry for this. Okay, there is an entry. Let's read it. I can confirm beyond any doubt that it was not the bullet that killed 36-year-old Florence Abbast. That wound was inflicted post-mortem, and a projectile of this caliber certainly would not have caused this much damage. So someone bashed her on the head and then shot her? With no other injuries and the contents of her skull being a mess, it's quite difficult for me to determine the exact cause of death. Moreover, examination of the stomach and esophagus, which were particularly damaged, indicates that the victim spent her last few days ingesting all sorts of materials unfit for consumption. We found pieces of wood and other metal, traces of various acids, sodium hydroxide, other products used in photography. She went crazy. She was eating and drinking crazy stuff. That's very cool. The medical examiner hands you a list. As well as paper and dirt, the condition of her jaw and teeth and also her lips, which remained intact, as well as this part of the head having been spared by the shot, indicate the victim most likely chewed and ingested these foods of her own free will. He points to the broken molars and incisors, literally breaking her teeth on some of these foods. In all my days as an examiner, I've never seen anything like it. Read the letter on page 25. You can also read at no cost entry 1007 Southwest. So we're going to read the report about the doctor's death. And I was worried that we were going to miss that opportunity, but now it's saying we can read the doctor about the previous murder. Okay, so that was great. So 2007 was Florence exam. And we get to see this now. Okay, first of all, it's a pretty cool, haunting, scary picture. She went mad and was just eating everything in her office and random stuff. Examination, breaking her own teeth on it too. Examination of the victim's stomach and esophagus of Florence Abbast. Okay, she has been voluntarily ingesting wood chips, sodium hydroxide, ethanoic acid, hydroquinone, mercury, carbon paper, soil, metal shards, formaldehyde, white vinegar, sorbic acid, perchlorate ions, and paperboard. I mean, nothing jumps out. Some of this stuff, as it said, was stuff that you would find in her studio. We haven't searched her studio, which I think we need to do. Forensic exam, she's eating stuff. See list, page 25. So nothing jumps out here to me as something that suggests we should go somewhere else. But I do think we should search this place. But I also want to go to the medical examiner for the previous case. So 1007 Southwest. So here's 1007. This is going to be the doctor's murder. The medical examiner opens one of the morgue's many lockers and pulls out a corpse. In addition to the body partially covered by a sheet, a large bowl contains a pinkish mush where the head should be. Oh my God. There's also a small aluminum tray full of skull fragments. George A. Shellum, 53 years old, cause of death, decapitation by crushing. The victim was lying on his back on the floor when the blow was dealt. That's interesting. He didn't protect himself. Neither his hands nor his forearms show the slightest bruise. So I think when we read his attack, we sort of assumed that someone hit him on the back of the head when he wasn't looking. But now it turns out he's lying on the ground on his back and didn't protect himself. Either unconscious or part of some ritual. He rolls the body on his side. These bruises here, and there between the lividity marks suggest that the victim fell backwards with all his weight. I see, so he fell backwards and got knocked out maybe. He takes the body back to the locker. And she fell flat like a plank, but no marks on the chest. As you can see, and no trauma to the neck. I don't know why it says she. I think we're told he's a he. George. Okay, just a little typo. And she fell flat like a plank, but no marks on the chest, as you can see, and no trauma to the neck. I think fainted is the picture I'm getting. Fainted. No trauma to the neck. Well, that remains of it. In any case, the victim was not pushed to the ground. Blows to the head were dealt with great strength and violence. The first blow shattered the skull. The perpetrator then dealt several successive blows until the brain matter got liquefied, reducing it to what I would describe as mush. But that's not all. The size of the skull fragments suggests that before reducing the brain to mush, the killer took the time to set them aside before placing them back in the middle of it. I'm loving how creepy and horrific this case is. I'm loving how creepy and horrific this case is. So basically what they're saying is he passed out, he fell backwards, like out of shock. He fainted maybe. Full force, hits the ground, not pushed. And then the first blow shattered the skull. Then the perpetrator takes the skull fragments out of the skull and then smashed the brain and then put them back in it, as if there's something in the brain that the person is trying to smash, like some infestation of the brain. Pretty creepy, huh? Pretty creepy. All right. So 1007, which is free, which is George Shellum's autopsy. Well, he wouldn't faint if it was Pollard doing it. If he did faint, right? It would have to be a monster that made him faint. Or someone dressed up as a monster. Okay, well that was clue number 4. We still got a bunch more. 4 of 13, so we still got a bunch more. All right, that was quite fascinating. All right, so we've been to the autopsies of the two of them. Then what did I want to do? I wanted to search her house. So 2007 Southwest investigate. And this is Florence's studio. I hope we catch a photo in here. So we're doing search 2007 Southwest. Sitting in your vehicle, you're not convinced the surveilling the local morgue. That doesn't sound right. Did I get her address wrong? Yes, okay, sorry, I got that wrong. Her house is 1006. 2007 was the medical examiner. Okay, so fine. So I tried to search the autopsy place. That was useless. So 2006 Southwest. And by the way, do we have 6 Southwest marked? No, let me just mark that. That's her, Florence's house. So getting a little sloppy. So 2006 Southwest. The door to the laboratory is closed and the police seals prohibit you from entering. An officer is on duty on the side. On the side, you count a good dozen colorful bouquets arranged around a portrait of Florence Abbast smiling. Half a dozen photographers bombard Professor Jennings as he comes to lay a wreath of flowers and pay his respects in front of a portrait of the expedition photographer. The silence is punctuated only by the crackling of flashbulbs. So, really, nothing interesting except that Jennings is paying his respect. Okay, well, along the same lines now, I think it's time to revisit Jennings. We haven't visited Chaz yet either. So let's visit Jennings and then let's visit Chaz. So Jennings is let's not forget the other investigator either. Okay, so he's at 5WC, so 2005 WC talk to Jennings. Okay, we're in talk mode, 2005. I just saw a 3000 entry. Okay. Arthur Jennings speaks in a monotone voice with little enthusiasm. Remember, he just found out that Florence is dead. Florence did a lot for our expedition. He pauses, clumsily wipes away tears running down his cheeks, hides his face, launches into a frenetic monologue. The statue. We never should have taken it. It's cursed. It must be found and destroyed. We never should have explored those ruins. They were not Inuit. They were corrupted somehow, beasts. He then begins mumbling incoherently, now seemingly ignoring you. Confident that there is nothing else to learn from him, you leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So, yeah, the fish god is not Inuit. And their ruins, not Inuit, he says. And he's sad. So he didn't kill Florence. I think we have to find Robert Pollard. I think Pollard went mad and is killing everyone. And I don't think he's in the asylum. Because that letter never got sent. All right. That was number 6. All right, Jennings is alive and well. It's time to visit Chaz and see if Chaz is alive and well. Jonathan is thinking like me. Let's double back to Chaz and Jennings for the second and first murder. For a second look. Could they have cleaned themselves up after smashing the brain and playing with the skull, then gone back? Yeah, I don't see how. But we never... Oh, yeah, we did visit... We visited Chaz and Jennings after the first murder, but not... Before the first murder, but not after the first murder. I think it's time to visit Chaz. We missed visiting him after the first... We missed visiting both of them after the first murder, I believe. Chaz is 33 SW. So we want to go to 2003 SW. W to talk to Chaz. Okay, here we go. 2003 Southwest talk. This is pretty cool. Okay. So what do you think is going to happen when we visit Chaz? Once you're in view of Chaz Johnston's shabby apartment in the city's rundown neighborhood, you can see that the front door is wide open. You call, but no one answers. You cautiously enter, your weapons drawn, and discover the lifeless body of the freebooter on the living room floor, a bullet to the head. You quickly check the premises, but there's no one else. And the mess does not allow you to establish the circumstances of the death with any certainty. A revolver rests on the living room table. 2 bullets are missing from the cylinder. So one that shot Florence and one that killed him, maybe? You notify the authorities and close off the premises while waiting for the medical examiner. Later that evening, you're informed that the Bureau, upon learning of the new development, has granted you an additional 3 days. So, part 2, 13 plus 3. We now have 16. I feel like we've got enough now to crack this case. Not 16 left, but 16 total. Okay, so again, everything's going to go up to 3,000s now. And the expedition is slowly being killed off. We have one more chance to go to a 2,000. So let's write down, Chaz is dead. Exclamation point. Now, lifeless body, a bullet to the head. So his head was not smashed in. That sounds like maybe he was the murderer and he killed Florence. What did our relationship say? Our relationship notes from the doctor said that Chaz was infatuated with Florence. And either he was having an affair with Jennings or the doctor was. So is there anywhere you want to go before we proceed on to the 3,000s? This is pretty cool. Everyone's getting killed. John Abbott was supposedly having an affair with Pollard. I like your idea that, yes, he is the professor. Also, his wife just died, so maybe we should talk to him before we proceed to the 3,000s. So let's do that, yeah? Let's go with our last 2,000 to go to That was lead 7. So we have 9 left. Let's go to Abbott's house and do our last bonus 2,000 before we go into the 3,000. So we can talk to him before this guy kills himself. Or is that a waste of time? Is there anywhere else we'd like to go? Before we consider that, I think we need to think a little harder about the Boston Asylum, where Pollard may be. It feels like this is about Pollard going crazy to me. When we went to his house, 1 Southwest, let me find that. We went to his house. We went to his house. Let's read this again. 1000 Southwest is where we visited it. 1000 Southwest to talk. So when we went to Pollard's room to talk to him, we talked to someone who says, "You can call me Alicia," starts Mrs. Green, before telling you that Joseph Pollard is away. He never returned from his trip to the North Pole. She contacted Mr. Jennings. She says, "I wasn't too fond of Joseph Pollard, even though it was Dr. Shellham who hired him. It's always best to go straight to the top. Mr. Jennings is the one who paid cash for the room. Mr. Jennings informed her that Pollard was resting at the Boston Asylum. Mr. Jennings informed her that Mr. Pollard was resting at the Boston Asylum. It wouldn't surprise me if Dr. Shellham was involved. And did we not try to sneak into his house? Did we not? We didn't try to sneak into his room, huh? I feel like maybe we need to try to sneak into Pollard's room. If we think he's the crazy guy. But that wouldn't be our free 2,000 move. But what I wanted to say was, I really wonder about this Boston Asylum. I think we need to make another effort to find it. There's the Arkham Sanatorium. There's the Boston City Hospital, 123 ELS. And there's St. Mary's Hospital, St. Elizabeth's Center. I think we should go to this hospital to see if he's there, because if it's not there, it won't hurt us. But we need to make a decision about, do we want to go to a 2,000 place first? Let's use our same logic before and say no. We have no reason to try. If we knew where Pollard was, we would go talk to, and we thought, if we knew whoever we thought was killing these people, we would talk to them first. But we don't. I wonder if you solve it before these people die, whether you get extra points. All right, so we're not going to do a free 2,000, it seems. So we're in the 3,000s now. Who's left? John, Jennings, and Pollard. That's right. says the chat. John Jennings empowered. All right, I think this would be a good time to take a break. We're in the 3000s, assuming we don't want to talk to someone in the 2000s yet. I think we need to continue going to these expedition people who are still alive. But I think we should also... This guy shot himself in the head. He may be the murderer. In fact, it seems kind of likely that he is, to me. But that doesn't help us solve our mystery. We know this the fish we're getting. How did the drug end up on the table? That's an interesting question. Was it on the table? That's a good catch. 2003 Southwest. That's a good catch. Let's see. Revolver rests on the living room table. Yeah, you're right. Good catch. Okay, he didn't kill himself if the gun is on the table. So someone killed him and then put it on the table. And why didn't they smash open his brain, though? That's why I assumed it was suicide. Because isn't everyone else got their head smashed in? Why don't you have to smash his head in? Anyway, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll try to find the sanitarium that he's living in and maybe talk to more expedition leaders. But we got to find out where that statue is. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We were talking in the chat about, before we broke about, I was talking about how I really feels like it's Pollard, who's supposed to be in Boston Asylum, and thinking that it feels like we should be able to visit him, even though there's no entry for Boston Asylum. We were just talking about how there are two hospitals, Boston City Hospital and Boston State Hospital, and maybe we'd try there. And in the break, Gregory was actually confirming to us that in the French version, there is a Boston Psychiatric Hospital entry, which is the Boston State Hospital. So I think that it's a little bit of a translation issue, but I feel like it's within the realm of feasibility that you would have to search those two things. Drunk Tiger says, Chaz's death is so different from the other two. I wonder if his brain was less infected and didn't need the same smashing. Yeah, that's what it feels to me, like his brain was not infected, or whoever was crazy about it. Speaking of infected, does everyone know what this t-shirt is from? One of my favorite animes, second only to Death Note. So, where we left it, we were able to do one more interview before we continued with the 3000s. And I think what we should do is now go to the actual try to interview Pollard before Chaz's murder and see what we see. It is Parasite. Parasite is an anime, which is a pretty great anime. I highly recommend it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to 2045 ELS, which is Boston State Hospital, to try to interview Pollard before Chaz's death, is what this is. ELS 2045. Okay, so here we go. The nurse takes you to John Pollard's room, whom you find slumped on his bed in a lethargic state. With drool on his lips and a haggard face, he slowly mumbles snippets of unintelligible sentences, of which you can only catch a few words, always the same ones. Doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. The nurse explains that he is under the effect of a tranquilizer and that she is pessimistic about his recovery. She tells you that her patient spends a worrying amount of time looking at his fingers and trying to put them together to form a cone, or something like that. That's creepy and very confusing. So he's trying to put his fingers to form a cone. Doctor, not doctor. Cones, cones, not doctor. So this discussion would have been with him after the woman's death. So that was lead number 8. And then I'll just write down here for my notes for this thing. Chaz is crazy. And he says, not doctor. And then he says cones, whatever that means. I think what we should do is go back to him and see if we can't get a little more information from him. Now that Chaz is dead. So I'm going to actually go right back to here after Chaz has died, because I'm so suspicious of Pollard. So now we're going to go to 3044, talk with Pollard again. Is he teleporting out of these rooms, killing people, or not? All right, 3045, here we go. As she escorts you to Joseph Pollard's room, nurse surprises you by asking if you're investigating the curse. Okay, so this is a little bit different than the previous one. It's mostly the same though. So she asks you if you're investigating the curse. You give her an evasive answer, and a few moments later you find the student slumped on his bed in a lethargic state. With drool on his lips and a haggard face, he slowly mumbles snippets of unintelligible sentences, of which you can only catch a few words. Doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. The nurse explains he's under heavy tranquilizer. She's pessimistic. He spends a worrying amount of time looking at his fingers and trying to put them together to form a cone or something like that. So almost exactly the same thing. But she says, are we here about the curse? So somehow someone's been talking to her about some curse. Doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. Can I just point out that he goes, doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. I mean, I'm just going to point out that there are 5 people and 5 words. Who are these people? Shellam, he's killed. Chaz Johnston, he's killed. And he says, cones, cones, not doctor. So she's killed. Doctor, not doctor, cones, she's killed. I guess that doesn't, at least this order doesn't make sense. But there is 5 of them. If he's saying that some are cones, are creatures. Did I put down Chaz instead of Pollard? Oh yeah, I wrote down Chaz is crazy. It's not Chaz is crazy. Chaz is dead. Sorry, good catch. Pollard is crazy. And did he say in 245 the same thing? Let me just write this down in case this is relevant. He says, doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. It just seems a little strange to me that there are 5 people on this expedition and 5 things that he says, and only 1 doctor, and there was only 1 doctor in the expedition. Let's look at what he says in 2045. Does he say the same exact things? Doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. Yeah, same exact thing. Doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, not doctor. That was lead number 9. 7 more leads to go. He's trying to put his hands into a cone. What does that mean, you put your hands into a cone? Why would you do that? Well, we found Pollard. Could we sneak into the asylum to watch him? Would we want to do that? He clearly can't have the statue, so if our task is to find the statue, that does not help us. Cones. What would that mean? Why would he need cones? Why would there be cones involved? We should talk to Abbott again. John says, or has this murder spree become the main task? No, the main task has to be to find this statue. The statue's driving people crazy. It's a curse. Who would steal it? The cult members would steal it. But who are the cult members? How do we discover them? I feel like in our first case, we learned about certain churches being for certain followers. I'm just going to do something. I think the cases are mainly meant to be standalone. I do want to look up something. Brian from Games Brigade is here. Where were the... I think I remember in case 1 that different churches had different followers. I'm just wondering if like one of them was the followers of Dagon. But maybe that's too hard to find. And would it really want us to know from case 1? Let's see here for a second. I just want to see. Churches, 19 EC. I'm looking at case 1 now. Oh, it's too much trouble. Okay. We can just make the rounds of Abbott and Jennings. Yes, let's do that. Let's visit these other expedition people. They seem to be giving us at least a little bit of information. So our next attempt is going to be, let's go to Abbott. We haven't talked to him since his wife was killed. Let's see how he's happy about that. John Abast lives at 27 ELS. So 3027 ELS. Let's talk to John Abast. We didn't talk to him when his wife died. That would be 2027. Now we're talking to him after the next person died. I wonder if we'll miss him talking about his wife. Okay, here we go. John Abast is struggling to put on a front despite his wife's tragic death. When you ask him about the expedition, he tells you that the situation was far more strained than Arthur is willing to acknowledge. In particular, he witnessed a very violent scene in which he believed that Chaz Johnston, was going to slay the expedition's chief leader. After the raid the two men carried out to retrieve the statue, they stole it. They didn't bargain for it, as we were told. The freebooter, raging furious with Arthur, stabbed his knife into the table before leaving the room, knocking down everything in his path. What were they arguing about? I don't remember. Probably over some trivial matter. They were really on edge, and the slightest annoyance would set them off. Okay, so we're just told that Jennings and Chaz fought. And we're also told, fought violently. And we're also told about a raid statue. So they're being cursed by the people who run this, who have this thing. At least according to John Abbott. All right, now let's go visit Jennings. That's lead number 10 of 16. So we got 16 more. All right, let's visit Jennings again and see what he has to say about all this. Jennings is at 5WC, it looks like. 5 WC. So 3005 WC. 3005 WC. Talk with Jennings, the expedition leader. Okay. Let's see what he has to say. You gotta be kidding me. That's so good. All right. Guess what? According to the maitre d', Professor Jennings had been acting strange since Mr. Johnston died. He spends most of the time in the public garden near the hotel. When he returns in the evening, his pockets are full of leaves and branches. He's also gone crazy. You will certainly find him here, as I have just told Mr. Abast. Oh, Mr. Abast went looking for him. When you finally find Jennings at the end of an alley, his head has been smashed open, and a bloody shovel is lying right next to him. Later that evening, you're informed that the Bureau, upon learning of the new developments, has granted you an additional 3 days. So Jennings is dead. Everyone's getting killed. It's crazy that we finished our first playthrough and this all didn't happen. So plus 4,000s we're on. Plus 3 days. So we're now at 19 days. Okay. And we're told that Abbott asked about him. Very fishy, huh? All right, so if there's a 3,000, we could do it now, but we kind of don't need to. I feel like we want to talk to Abbott again in the 4,000s. So let's go back to Abbott now. Right? Who's at 27 ELS. So 4,027 ELS. Abbott. Talk. I think maybe we need to snake around Abbott's house. Gregory says it was horrible to me the first playthrough. Watching us play through it the first time and not stumbling onto this extra time stuff and deaths must have been painful. Okay. All right. Now, so we should think about this for a second. There's two possibilities, right? One, well, there's a couple possibilities, but now there's only one guy alive. Is that not right? Let's think. The Dr. Shellum got killed off first, right? Then next to die was Florence Abbott. Then Chaz Johnston. And now Jennings. So what we've got is two people left. John Abast and his assistant, Pollard, who's not shown. So either it's Abbott doing these killings or his assistant. So either Abbott's going to end up dead and the assistant killed him, or Abbott is our murderer. Anyone have any intuition about that? It feels like it's Pollard, which makes me think we should stake out the asylum and see if we can see him leaving his room via some teleportation. But why all the weird gunshots? Like, why kill one person? Head smashed open. This one was killed with a shovel. So here's an interesting theory for you. The gun murder, right? The gun murder is out of character for the rest. So what if the person who shot him with the gun thought he was the murderer? Like, the person who killed the guy with the gun is not the normal killer. It's someone who thought they were killing the killer. I wonder if, well, it feels like these people have to die for us to solve this case. All right, let's go talk to Abbott. Or, yeah, we talked to Pollard at the 3000s, right? So we're going to get to talk to him again, see if he's got more information for us. All right, let's go back to Abbott and talk to him. And it might be time to stake out Abbott's house and the asylum. But let's go talk to Abbott. 4027 talk. ELS. Well, he just asked about him. He just asked about him. So he's got to be involved. All right, let's talk to him. The anthropologist does not appear to be present at his home. You question a neighbor who tells you that he's most likely in the graveyard as his wife is being buried today. However, once there, it turns out that John Abast is not there either. Interesting. He's not there, and he didn't go to his wife's graveyard for her funeral. Well, that's fascinating. So where would he be? He could be with his assistant, who he's having a relationship with. He could be in the museum. We could stake out his house to see if he comes back to it. Any thoughts? Do you want to stake out his house? You want to go back to the asylum to see if Pollard has anything more to say? I think we should go back to the asylum to see if the nurse can tell us that Abbott came by or something like that. So I say we go back to Pollard's and talk to him, which is 45. So 4045. 45 is talk Pollard. 4045 ELS. All right, so I'm going to talk to him again, although I feel like he's not being useful, but maybe we should even think about staking it out. 4045. The nurse is reluctant to let you see Joseph Pollard. She tells you that his mental state has not improved since he was committed, and that he experiences frequent anxiety attacks, and that even in his calmer moments, he remains incoherent. At your insistence, she finally agrees to take you to Pollard's room, but she asks you to stay at the doorway to avoid another crisis. She tells you, you find the student strapped to his bed in a lethargic state, only mumbling snippets of unintelligible sentences of which you can only catch a few words, always the same ones. Doctor, not doctor, cones, cones, doctor. That mysterious phrase that he's saying in the same exact order. Doctor, not doctor. Cones, cones, not doctor. Hmm. Another crisis. But we do now have an interesting little puzzle. If we believe that if we believe Abbott's the killer, then we would get points by picking his location. Drunk Tiger says, is it the order in which they're dying? Well, that's a very good guess because Doctor died first. Okay, let's look at that. That's a very good idea. So the first person was Doctor. That was Gregory. Not Gregory. Shellen, the Doctor. The second person to die was Florence. Then came Chaz. Then came Jennings. Well, that doesn't help us much because he had his head bashed in, the Doctor. The not Doctor woman also had her head bashed in by a crazy person. Then Chaz was shot. His head wasn't bashed in. Jennings was hit by a shovel on his head, so his head kind of was bashed in. So I don't see any rhyme or reason to that. It's an interesting idea, though. It is true that the Doctor was killed first. It could, of course, be a complete coincidence that there's 5 of these in 5 words, but the fact that he keeps using those same 5 words make me think that they are related to our people. Let's go to the medical examiner and see if by now the medical examiner has found new information on our new dead bodies. Medical examiner is 2007. So now we're going to go to 4007. Southwest, was it? Southwest. Talk. Medical examiner. Let's see if they have new information for us. Okay. With the exception of the... Why can you see this? With the exception of the murder weapon, a garden shovel in this instance, this case falls into the same category as the previous ones. I was able to determine that the blow was once more delivered post-mortem. It was dealt by an individual of great physical strength, no doubt, but judging by the depression of the skull and the bone fragments found at the crime scene, I strongly doubt that it would have been enough to reduce this man's brains to mush. No matter how much I review the medical literature, in the absence of any trace of chemicals or explosives, I don't really see what could have caused this. I'm on the verge of tearing my hair out. You visit the morgue, leaving Dr. Weatherby to his questions and to his despair. I wonder if something's hatching from their brains. And then the other person is killing it. Okay, so it's letting us read the other entries of the other autopsies. Are there any that, I think we read them all. I think we read 3007. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't. So let's read 3007. Okay, yes, this is Johnston getting killed. There are several similarities between the Johnston and Abast cases. In both, the gunshot wound was inflicted post-mortem, and the brain had been reduced to a mush. No matter how many tests I run, I find no trace of explosives or anything else that would allow me to determine the exact cause of death. So I think this something burst out of their brains, and then the person shot it, maybe. I think people should be taking bets now on whether Abbott's going to be found dead or not. Jonathan Morris says, wait a minute. So Chaz's head was mush? I don't know that his head was mush. This is the guy we found dead with the bullets. Let's maybe we should read that again. Chaz is dead at 2003 Southwest. It says, we go into his rundown house. You discover the lifeless body lying on the living room floor, a bullet to his head. The mess does not allow you to establish the circumstances of the death with any certainty. A revolver rests on the living room table. Okay, so I think actually he may have been, his head may have been mush. So 3007, when we talked to the person about it, they say similarities in both. The gunshot wound was inflicted post-mortem and the brain had been reduced to mush. Okay, so we thought from the description of him being shot that maybe his head wasn't caved in, but it was. So everyone's head was caved in. Everyone was shot after death. Right after death. The gunshot wound was inflicted post-mortem. So first their head is smashed up and then shot in the head. So that's what I just read. You need me to read that again, or did I read it? So they were all mushed up and then shot. And the same thing with the shovel one. First, the brain was mushed, and then they were hit in the head. So it's as if some creature jumps out. And remember when the doctor fell down? I wonder if his head like exploded with the creature coming out of it, and then it fell down, and then he fell down. So I have a feeling that Abbott's gonna die, that he's not our killer. Maybe none of them are the killers. Maybe the killer... No, the killer is the crazy person who is properly recognized that everyone's been taken over or something, or he thinks everyone's infected. I think we should stake out the hospital. Since the nurse doesn't want us to talk to him, I think we should stake out the hospital and see if there's in the sanitarium where he is Pollard. So I'm going to go to 4045, investigate, and see if there's anything there. You go to the Boston Asylum to discuss with the nursing staff in charge of Joseph Pollard. In addition to the fact that there's been no improvement in his condition, you learn that John Abast recently visited Daly and stayed by his bedside for an hour or two, watching him silently. One of the nursing assistants is curious and asks if you're investigating the curse that seems to be afflicting the members of the expedition. Like that Carter curse in Egypt, he adds. Realizing that you've earned all you will from the nursing staff, you leave them to their fantasies and withdraw from the premises. Like the Carter curse in Egypt. That's interesting. This is the Carter Weil expedition. Who is Carter? And who's Weil? That didn't occur to us, did it? There is a Carter in our directory. All right, let's write down number 15, 4045, investigate Pollard, Carter mention. I think this guy running this exhibition is going to be where we crack this case wide open. So let me write down Randolph Carter. Well, there's two Carters. There's a Herbert and a Randolph. So there's a 7 northwest and a 7 southwest. It was Carter and Weil, right? Is the name of this expedition, the Carter Weil. So if we look up Weil, there's no Weil. Okay. So we've got two Carters. The question is, do we have reason to go to one of them and not the other? Or is one of them just going to be a loss of a lead? Well, we're definitely going to these because I am really interested in this. But let's go to them. Let's go to Herbert at 7 northwest first. Knock on the door. But it's not 7 northwest, it's 4045. 4007. Let's see. Okay, so there's no entry for 4007 northwest. Let's try 4007 southwest. And I'm going to double check these if there's no entries. So, okay, there is a 4007. Okay. Howard Carter was involved with King Tut. Okay, but this is Randolph Carter, and we've got some information here. Oh, wait a minute. This is the medical examiner. So it was just a coincidence. Just a coincidence that the address Carter Randolph is at 7 southwest. Carter Herbert is at 7 northwest. And 7 southwest is also where the medical examiner is. Let's make sure that's right. Yes, okay, so not related. Let me double check the northwest. Okay, so I thought that was going to crack the case wide open. It's not. So I don't know why they're related to the Carter cases, but at least that didn't catch us a lead. Okay, Abbott visited him, and then Abbott also visited the guy that just got killed. And we investigated Pollard. That's when we heard about the person visiting him. So he is now missing a Bast. Could he have gone to his wife's place? I wonder if he's hiding at his wife's studio. Anywhere else he would go? He's a professor. There's police tape at the wife's house. You want to investigate his house? Okay, let's do it. Let's investigate his house. Okay, Abbott is 427 ELS. So now we're going to go to 4027 ELS, investigate. Yes, we should investigate his house, even if he's not there. Thanks to your surveillance of John Abast, you have learned that he spends his days in his university office. He only ever leaves to go to the university library to borrow books on mathematics, history, anthropology, and the physical sciences. It does not seem as though he takes any breaks, not even for lunch. Okay, so John Abast, see university office or university library. Okay. That was lead 16 of 19. We only have 3 more, and we still don't know where the statue is. Let's look up university library and office, though. Education, we've got well, the problem is we've got a bunch of different universities. Do we remember? Were we told what university he worked at? Question is whether they'll be... Well, I guess we could probably assume that he works at Boston University. That would be our best bet, which would be 1EC. Oh, 1EC. No, that's 1W. Yeah, 1EC. What's already there at 1EC? One EC was Boston City Hall. Okay. Do we have a library? Education. His house is where? His house is off the map, 4027 ELS. So that doesn't help us know where he teaches. I'm going to take a look at Miskatonic University. I wonder if we were missing... I don't see an entry for Miskatonic. What does that mean? Clearly we want to find him at his university. But where did we learn about his university? I mean, certainly I can just check these universities. Let's see. I feel like we learned it somewhere, but we weren't paying attention. So 1EC. Okay, I think it might be 1EC, Boston University. Unless, oh no, wait. We already have that as entries. 1EC was also City Hall. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Harvard University 210 ELS. Okay, I don't think that's it. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. That's not 16 Northwest. No. Miskatonic I already tried to do. No. He's archaeology and anthropology, she said. University of Massachusetts is 112 ELS. Maybe that's going to be it. No. All right, what are we missing? There must be something we're misunderstanding. 4027 ELS. Let's look that up again. He spends his day in his university office. He only ever leaves to go to the university library to borrow books on mathematics, history, anthropology, and the physical sciences. He does not seem as though he takes any breaks. So we want to find the university library or his university office. Oh, here's libraries. Boston Public Library. I'm going to check the Boston Public Library. That should not be where he is because he's in his university library. But I'm just going to check that out. WC, in case it's an error. No. Historical Society? No. Any thoughts on the channel? Everyone dead, no statue. We could choose a number the same as the city hall as an end guess. I'm a little confused about this university. It seems fairly clear that he's in the university. I'm just gonna 4027 ELS. Spends the days in his university office. Okay. Let's see what happens if we go to 3027 ELS. In his university office or library. If we tried to talk to him at 4027 ELS, what did it say? Anthropologist does not appear to be present. She thought he would be in the graveyard, but he wasn't there. Okay, so he's an anthropologist. Let's see. Does that help us find out where he went? State Library is 19 EC. Let's see if that's... No? He's an archaeologist professor. He spends his time in his university office or at the university library. Why can't we find his university? Anna Maria says, so was something in their brain and made them eat strange stuff and eventually killed them by hatching. That's how it feels to me. Someone killed them before it hatched or while it hatched it. Yes, I like this idea a lot. But where's our statue? And where's this guy? I don't understand why I can't find a bast in his university library. Let me check again. So 10WC would be 4010WC, no. Emerson College is EC. EC, no. Harvard University is 210 ELS. No. Boston University is 1 EC. I feel like we've been to that place. That's the thing. Massachusetts Institute of Technology is at 16 Northwest. No. Miskatonic 21WC. No. Music Academy, no. Northeastern is 10WC. I think we already looked at that. Public school is Southeast Arkham 2. 3 Southeast. That sure doesn't sound like where he went to work. Let's see, 4003. No, that's not even the right thing. And University of Massachusetts at 112 ELS. No. Okay. Okay, so anyone else want to look at this with the last 3 leads? The revisit the Russian collector, the museum, the rep from Innsmouth. If we give up being able to find a bast, okay, let's review where we could go. We could go to a bast's wife's studio and see if he's hiding there. Even though we were told that he's at his university. We can't find his university. We could try going again to the museum. We could try going again to the representative from Innsmouth. Is there any place we haven't gone? It's I find it troublesome, problematic that we can't go to the person we think is the criminal's university where they're working, even though it seems like we should be able to. What about Inspector Arone? We haven't visited him yet. We haven't visited Inspector Arone, who's working on the job. We haven't visited the lawyer of the truck driver. That seems pointless. We could search out the Russian woman again. We could search out the representative again. We talked to the representative. He did not seem suspicious. All right, let's go to the studio again. It seems like a... oh, I don't know. The collector was in a big mansion. Did we just try to talk? Did we not actually sneak into the collector's house? Do you want to sneak into the collector's house? Jonathan thinks it's the collector. Let's sneak into the collector's house. Or sneak there. I don't think we did, right? So we actually did investigate the collector's house. That's where we didn't find anything. She doesn't leave her house. She's got a mansion. We could try talking to her, yes. Oh, how about the other night watchman? Matteo Silimbani. We never talked to him. Let me look him up. Silimbani Matteo, 5 Southwest. That guy seems suspicious, right? He was the guy not on duty. He would have keys. 5 Southwest. I'm going to go do him. 4005. Rather than revisit places we've already been, I want to try to go... Silimbani. Okay, here we go. We're visiting the night watchman that wasn't on duty. Could be a total whiff. Says, Matteo Silimbani seems worried when you show him your badges. I wasn't on duty the night of the burglary. He asked him to describe his work to you. I start my shift at 6 p.m., greeting Mr. Kelly, the curator. He's always the last one to leave, and we often have coffee together. He's an excellent employer. Then I have to do my rounds. I do 6 of them every night, one at the beginning of the night, a second one a little after 8 p.m., then one every 2 hours until the last one at 6 a.m. Each round takes about an hour and a half. There are lots of things to check. I get off my shift at 7 a.m., I vary the order in which I check rooms so that my rounds are less predictable. Between rounds, I take a break in the guard room downstairs, and when there are new exhibitions, I visit them on my break. We're 2 guards. Albert Calvert works from Monday to Thursday. So basically the same as our other guy, but I wonder if we shouldn't... He seemed nervous to see us. He tells us that the guy who runs the place stays there later than everyone. What was our other guy was 1 Northwest. I just want to see and compare what he says versus what the other guy says. Where was our first guy? 1001 West Central. So does he, let's see if he says something different than our other night watchman. All right, so he says, I've told the police everything. 6 shifts every night from 8 to, he starts at 6 p.m. Each round takes about 20 minutes. I finished my shift at 7 a.m. This guy says each round takes about an hour and a half. Between rounds, he sits. 2 a.m. he hears a loud noise. This guy says his rounds take an hour and a half. That doesn't help us. Not that I can see. Yeah, I think it's just the two night watchmen are describing basically the same job. Okay, that was lead number 17. We've got 2 more. All right, what's it going to be? After this, we're going to have to make a guess. I think. Doctor, not Dr. Cones. It's Robert Abbast has got to be the... I don't know if he's the killer. He's visiting everyone. John says, I'm not sure we're really going to be that much more confident than we were 19 leads ago. It's absolutely true. More people have died, but I don't feel any more confident about where the statue is. I think we should sneak in the museum again. I still feel like it didn't leave. Either it left on its own or it's still hidden in the museum. And there's something fishy about that curator who's running it. So oh, and also the inspector. Boy, but I feel like the inspector could have given us some hints earlier, but now it may be too late for him. Maybe we give ourselves some more clues. All right, let's go. I'm going to go to the museum. Where is it? 11 WC. So we're going to 4011 WC. Do we want to talk to him again, or do we want to investigate? I think we're going to investigate. 4011. Early in the evening, William Kelly leaves the premises holding a black briefcase. You discreetly follow suit. He walks briskly and keeps glancing anxiously over his shoulder, as if he wanted to ensure he was not being followed. Fortunately, you're a skilled professional, so he fails to notice you. When he finally arrives at the Dartmouth, a speakeasy, the place is closing for the night. To avoid arousing suspicion, you decide to continue your surveillance from outside. A little while later, the curator leaves the establishment without the briefcase and returns home with a relieved stride. Okay, he's paying off his gambling debts with a big briefcase of money that he got from stealing this thing for someone. I think he stole it for the Russian woman. Yes, I think the statue is at the Russian woman's house. I'm convinced of Jonathan's theory. I think she paid him to steal it. I don't think he's involved. I don't want to study him. When we visited him, he was very convincing to me that he wasn't involved. So I think I know where the statue is. I think, Jonathan, your intuition was right. It's with the Russian woman. So I say we guess her location. Now, it's the side story. I don't want to visit the Russian again. I think we figured that out. I really think we know where the statue is. I think it's in the Russian woman's mansion, the art collector. But now the question is, can we get some points from finding a bast? If Gregory Privat is still in the channel, you could tell me if I'm supposed to be able to locate his university office in the directory. Let's search the wife's house, the wife's studio. That would be the only other place I can think he would hide if we're not supposed to find his university. Number 18 we just did that I didn't write down. What was it? We searched the museum. Did we look at the studio? No, I think that's what we're going to do now. We're going to look at the studio. I'm assuming that we are not supposed to find his university office, although it really feels to me like the game wants us to. I just don't know why we can't. Okay, we're going to search the wife's studio. The Florence looks like she's 6 southwest, so 4006 southwest, and we're going to sneak. $4,006 southwest is not an entry. Let's see if I got that right about where Florence lives. That might not be right. Florence lives at 6 southwest is her studio. And there's no entry for 4006 southwest. Yes, there is. Okay, here we go. The seals the police applied to the door are intact. It seems no one entered the laboratory. Next to the door, decomposing flowers responsible for the foul smell provide no further information except that no one but the insects swarming among the wilting stems and petals has come to pay homage to the photographer for several days. This is her husband not visiting her because he's been taken over by creatures. But that was a... So that was a total whiff, though. Okay, so we've run out of our 19. Have the hatched creatures gone to live in the zoo? We tried to visit the zoo, didn't we? Let's try now. 4001 ELS it was. No, no entry. Okay, so we've finished our 19 leads, but I think Gregory says university question you don't need. I would double your survey. It would double your survey. Okay, so we don't need the university. All right, so think, where would a Bast go if he's an archaeologist guy? Where would he be hiding? Where would he go? Let's give ourselves, we might as well go some more leads. We went to the graveyard. He wasn't there. Let's go to the inspector. Oh, you know what? Let's take a break. We finished our second set of 10 leads. We even got 9 extras. We finished all of those. We still know where it is, although I think the statue being at the mansion of the Russian makes sense. But let's take an 8-minute break, and then let's decide whether we want to quickly read the other leads that we've resisted going to, or whether we want to jump to the solution. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Copper 2. We've done our second basic set of leads to try to uncover the case more. I feel a little bit better about our guesses, but not completely. I suggest we make our next 3 guesses now, and then maybe we'll riffle through quickly a couple of the places we haven't been to, but not just at speed. But okay, so we're in agreement that we want the Russian mansion, right? That's where I think the statue is. Possibly. Where's the next place we want to go? Who are we trying to catch? The mansion is going to be our only guess where the fish statue is, right? That makes sense. So now we've got 2 more guesses to try to get half points, a little bit of points for catching the killer. He's just away from his house. Maybe we should be guessing his house if we think we're going to catch him. I think that might be the most sensible thing. That we would guess the Abast house, that he would just be at university till he comes home and we catch him there. That might be my guess about that. So Abast is 27. And the Russian house is 76 ELS. And then the asylum. Okay, let's pick the asylum as our last one. The asylum is Howard, which is 45. Guess I need to be writing down the letters. 45 ELS. And the Bast house was 27 ELS. All places off the map. I believe those are correct. 27 ELS. $45 ELS is Pollard, the asylum, and the Russian's house was where? I wrote down on our previous guess the Russian house. I have to look her up again to make sure we got that right. What was her name? Alexandra, 76 ELS. Okay, so all off map. Okay, so those are our guesses. Russian, Abast, and the asylum. Before we guessed Zoo and the Russian and the Night Watchman. So I guess this is part 2. So I think before we look up our answers, I think we should super quickly go through a couple of these places that we never went to. The earlier, the better. So here's the inspector at 12WC. This might be a hint mechanism. Let's see what 412WC looks like. So 412WC doesn't exist. Let me make sure 12WC does. No. Have I got that wrong? Arone. Inspector Arone, 12WC doesn't exist. Okay. So that's that. All right, what other places did we not go that we wanted to go? All right, you want to talk to the Russian woman. Let's do that. 76 ELS if we talk to her. Alexandra Zakharovich receives you disdainfully in the vestibule of her mansion. She no longer conceals her strong Russian accent, nor her intentions to shorten this unpleasant interview as quickly as possible. I'd be delighted to finally be able to admire this. I don't know. I'm not doing the Russian accent. This Russian. I'd be delighted to finally be able to admire this masterpiece brought back from the Arctic. But since you are here, I fear this will never happen. How unfortunate. Am I to understand that your services do not care about this matter? This does not bode well for the resolution of the tragedies that have struck some of the expedition members. After all, if that were the case, they would probably have replaced you with more competent agents, don't you think? Come now, don't despair. I'm sure your talents lie in other areas. So she's making fun of us. I don't know. Did that convince you that she wasn't involved? Let's talk to the lawyer, 26 Southeast. The truck lawyer. Okay, there's no entry for that guy. 16 Southwest. See if in his office there's an entry. Nope. All right. I know there's no zoo. We could visit William Kelly at his home again. 15 WC. So if we go to talk to him at 4016 WC. 4016, 4015. You should be able to find him at the Museum of His Fine Arts, says his wife. Have we talked to the Museum of Fine Arts again? That's 11. The curator greets you with a smile. This is if we visit the curator to talk to him. The success of the exhibition does not afford him even a minute's respite, but he seems relieved nonetheless. Yeah, because he paid off his gambling debts. Although he hastens to add that the misfortune that has befallen the members of the expedition and the suspicion of a curse floating around are the real tragedies. When you ask him about the bruises you can still see on his face, he explains that he fell down the stairs the other day, running around all over the place, having nothing to do to add to his testimony, and knowing he still has a busy day ahead, he asks you to excuse him. So yeah, he's up to no good. He's been pressured into doing stuff. He handed over his briefcase at the speakeasy where we followed him. Did it give us the name of that speakeasy? I don't see a place listed called speakeasy. I was thinking we could go to... Okay, we could sneak around the other night watchman's house. He seemed a little fishy. He's at 5 Southwest, so if we sneak around 5 Southwest, let's see if there's anything. You discreetly follow Mr. Symbiani as he leaves his residence and head straight to the museum. Once there, you observe the building. At 8 p.m., the lights in the rooms facing the street go out one by one. You're able to follow the night watchman's rounds. He leaves the building and heads home. So he just did his job. Okay. Have we went and talked to him? The representative to Northwest. Okay, let's see if we try to talk to the representative again. Representative Goodwin welcomes you eagerly. He closes the door. He says exactly what he did before. Theft of the statue, he seems to disregard. Okay, that's the exact same thing. Now let's try following him again. You follow his movements, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. You almost come to believe he's actually an honest man. Okay. So the representative was a complete wash. Medical examiner we did. Florence we did. I think we might be done here. Doctor, not doctor. Cones. Well, it looks like we're done to me. 4011 is the briefcase. Let's see if that has describes the bar he was in. We followed him. He leaves an establishment, a speakeasy. Oh, the Dartmouth. The Dartmouth. Okay, so let's see. The Dartmouth. The Dartmouth is at 14 Southeast. Let's see if we can find out what gangster he was handing that briefcase to. So 4014 Southeast. Let's go in and try to talk to them. After reassuring the publican that you did not come to stick your nose in his business, he acknowledges that Chaz Johnson and William F. Kelly were once his customers. We read about Chaz in the newspaper, but he had no enemies as far as we know. We figured it had to be a burglary that went wrong, or maybe a jealous husband. The other one, William F. Kelly, comes here from time to time. So they're just saying they read about his death. No big deal. And it was just a place he went to meet up with someone, so that didn't help us. All right, well, I mean, if we had all the time in the world, we might check the docs, but otherwise we're ready for our guesses. I agree. All right, so here we go. We are going to read our guesses now. We're going to check our part 1 guesses, our part 2 guesses. If anyone else is in the chat, now is the time to get in your extra guesses. No guesses from Gregory, please. Okay, so our second guesses are the Russian mansion, the Abast house, and the time. You know, the only thing I thought to look up, Cones. Is Cones a name of someone? No. I thought that might be it. Gregory says damned. It seems like we might have missed a big piece of it, but we'll find. Oh, damn that he doesn't get to guess. Okay. Here we go. We are reading seeing how many points we get for our answers. So 76 ELS, which would be 4,000. Oh, look, it is by number, so that if you've solved it before people dies, maybe you get more points. Okay, so ELS, Alexandra Zakharowicz, has a point entry in it. Here we go. Such fury. Alexandra Zakharovich's usual proud posture deflates as you serve her a search warrant. You take off your jacket and carefully hang it on your car's rear view mirror. It doesn't take long to find the vile statue plunked in the middle of her bedroom. You roll up your left sleeve. What perverse idea could have crossed her mind to leave it there in that very spot, the bedroom, because it's all of this sexual fertility phallic symbol. You roll up your sleeve. What perverse idea could have crossed her mind to leave it there in that very spot? Deciding that you will leave your questions for later, you roll up your right sleeve and jump into the fray. Alexandra struggles like crazy, screaming at your 4 friends. Better give them a hand before she tears their eye out. Plus 3 points. Okay, so on our first round, we got plus 3 points. And on our second round, we also got that right, so we got plus 3 points. Okay, now our next guess was the Abast house at 27 ELS. And it looks to me, okay, there's an entry. 4027, that's where we are, for ELS John Abast. Dawn is barely breaking when the door to John Abast's dwelling is shattered. You soon find him standing in his living room, so we did find him. The floor and dresser covered with physical sciences, mathematics, history, and anthropology books, scrutinizing one of them whose pages he is turning quickly. As the other agents deploy into the room, ordering him to raise his hands, he slowly turns his head towards you. You dive into his big black eyes filled with forgotten stars and extinct galaxies. The walls of the cyclopean room are covered with strange machines through which some sort of blue color intermittently circulates, vaguely illuminating large conical shapes, manipulating frightening tools. You dare not lower your gaze for fear of catching a glimpse of your own body. Panic silently invades your mind without any indication of physical impact. This is not your body. An intense migraine overcomes you as a Bast lets go of your hand and collapses, shot by an agent. A bloody slurry flows out of his ears into the floor, forming strange arabesques. +1 point. Okay, so we got +1 point for going to the Abast house. Now I'll remind you, we need 3 more points to get a great solution, and 2 more points to get a reasonable solution. Let's see. End of the game. If you get 7 points, it's a resounding success. 4 to 6 points, it's a success. So we only need 1 more point to get a success. And the thread is no more because we've gotten 4 points. But the asylum is 45 ELS. And that is not an entry. So the asylum was not where to go. So we did not succeed. Let's see, where could we have gone though? It looks like you could go to some places ahead of time. It looks like they wanted us to pick William Kelly. Why didn't we pick William Kelly? If we concluded that he stole it. Oh yeah, we did get 4 points, so we did succeed. You're right. Jonathan's right. We did get 4 points. We succeeded. Okay, but my other question is, why didn't we pick William Kelly's, since we know he's a criminal? I'm gonna read the William Kelly entry because I think we would have gotten that if we hadn't been so exhausted. We would have picked him since he was the one person we knew involved. We found his briefcase. All right, let's read it. I'm gonna pretend we got it. You observe, somewhat saddened, the curator leaving the interrogation room flanked by 2 agents. How could such a brilliant man have fallen so deep into the hell of gambling and debt that he lost everything? That is the one mystery you were not able to solve. For the rest, his modus operandi, certainly clever, was extremely simple, all things considered. He took advantage of the watchman's nap to move the statue and transport it to the destination using a rental truck. He then returned to the museum to wake the poor man with a start by making a noise to make him believe that the statue had vanished as if by magic. All in all, nothing that magical about it. Okay, so that's interesting. You diligently closed the file in front of you, telling yourself that the Boston police could just as easily have solved this case. Okay, so that's clever that didn't disappear by magic. I mean, we did know the truck. We did think he rented the truck. We did think he arranged for it to be removed. I think it was just an oversight that we didn't pick his location at the end. So I kind of give us the 7 points unofficially. We got the 4 points officially, which is a success, and 7 points sort of unofficially. All right, now let's read the solution section, which is quite short here. The curator of the Museum of Fine Arts loves to gamble, a little too much. Riddled with debt, he agreed to sell the statue brought back by the expedition to Alexandra Zarkovich so that he could reimburse the mafia, which had been putting more and more pressure on him. To that end, he took advantage of Calvert, the night watchman, whose lackluster work ethic results in him routinely sleeping through most of his shift. I think we kind of missed that. After removing the artifact, he purposely caused a loud crash in an effort to make the disappearance appear more mysterious. That was interesting. The expedition members, who incidentally have themselves stolen the statue under strange circumstances, we did figure out that they had stolen it and not traded for it, are the victims of a young student of the great race of Yith, who tries to anchor himself in one of their minds. Failing to do so, he passes from host to host, leaving behind their liquefied brains, and hides his tracks by systematically destroying his victims' skulls. If you want to learn more about these strange beings with conical bodies, read The Shadow Out of Time. So if we had known H.P. Lovecraft's Shadow Out of Time, we might know about these conical beings. And if you feel like going on an expedition, read At the Mountains of Madness. Yes, okay, so the reason he's like leaping from body to body and then the next one kills the first one. That's pretty cool. And Gregory says, congrats, sort of. Okay, so as is tradition, we're going to take a very short break, and then we will come back and give our thoughts. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and give some thoughts. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We've been playing for 7 hours. It's 6:10 a.m. here, and we're going to give our final thoughts. In the chat, Gregory is just talking to us a little bit about a couple points. When we were following the politician, there were other agents following him. That was sort of a hint that we didn't have to follow him again. Deprecating, that's right. Jonathan, Gregory's just saying it's just a note to give insight on some hidden logic, not aggressive or deprecating. Yes. No, I don't. I wouldn't take it that way at all. All right, so let's talk about the experience of the game, my thoughts, then we'll check in with the channel. Okay, first things first, overall impression. I felt that this case was a lot more engaging, and just overall, on all areas, it connected with me more than the first case. The first case was a little overwhelming in terms of all the different names and the 4 different clones, different people. It felt like there was always a lot too much going on to sort of juggle in my mind, and not quite as much attachment to the people. This one felt much more scoped, much more pleasantly. We've got this expedition of these 5 people, and from clue 1, we've got the names of these 5 people or so, and then we're basically tracking them through the whole case. And we get to talk to each one multiple times. They didn't really have different personalities per se. In fact, most of them were dead when we got to them. However, it felt much more manageable cast of characters. There's that. But also the core mystery felt much more intriguing and compelling and creepy and scary. This idea that this expedition brought back this cursed artifact statue, and we had sort of double mysteries going on. One was the theft of the statue, which we had a hard time finding any evidence about. That was our official assignment. But then the secondary thing that was going on, where this expedition was being gradually killed off, and the way that was handled by the game was quite ambitious and worked pretty well. In fact, it worked remarkably well. It's a very weird thing to do, how the first time it happened, we're like, oh, this guy died, now everything we add 1,000 to. But it was quite interesting. And it did work. And like the first person died, we're like, oh, that's the mechanic. And then like the second person died, now we had 2,000 to every clip. And then the third, like it was surprising that it kept happening. But it really did create a sense of time passing and things going on in this world, creating danger. And that was quite fun. And the people starting to get killed, meaning our suspect pool is narrowing down to the crazy guy and a boss. And eventually we did guess right to go to his house and catch him. And we did. And he was a creature who was taken over. And I'm not sure, like we guessed that he was smashing the brains. And the end story told us something cool about how like the creature, it told us the name of these creatures that are from an H.P. Lovecraft other book. They're the great race of Yith, who anchors themselves into the mines, and when they fail, they pass to another from host to host, leaving behind their liquefied brains. It's not that the first guy smashed them, it's that when they leave to another host, the other brain explodes. So we basically got that right. And I like as Jonathan said, this part where the doctor was giving these weird relations between, that was the statue was I guess the statue, that our theory was the statue was causing everyone to go crazy, but the solution didn't really explain that, but that's how I liked it. So we had a bunch of little mini mysteries. How was it stolen? Who's doing the killing? And what's this monstrous creature? And I feel like the end explanation was more satisfying. There were less pieces to fill in. And the end was more satisfying. It basically was telling us about these creatures that we transfer from host to host. And I think we got the basic gist of that. We didn't have to understand all of it to understand what we had to do. Now, it does need to be said that I don't claim to be any better at these games than anyone else, but I do think you see the risk of putting a tight timeline on these games. We played our 10 leads and we didn't unlock almost any of it. And the game was set to be staggered. Each time you find someone dead, you get 3 more leads. And that works as long as you go visit all the people before your time runs out. You can see the danger of the game really depending on doing it in your time leads, doing within the time, which leads to perhaps the most interesting discovery after playing this. And I went into it in the middle, but I'll just recap it here. Theoretically, when reading about this game, I posited that this Gregory Pravat may have come up with the perfect solution to, when you get to the end, if you get it wrong, being able to replay it. And the idea was that when you get it wrong, you pick the 3 places. Then if you score correctly, you win it. But if you're wrong, you get to replay it. Without actually experiencing that so much, I thought that was a fantastic workable idea. Having played, though, the first time we played through and ran out of time, it became clear that that as a general rule set doesn't work. Doesn't quite work as is. And that's because, as we found when we got to the end of our case, we guessed the 3 answers and then we were supposed to look them up. And if we had happened to get the right answers, we would have felt very sad that we just by luck got the right answers. So that caused us to revisit our house rules for playing the first 2 cases at least. Gregory says you can't play all the cases this way, but the first 2 cases. So I think the reworked house rules have to be something like this. When you run out of time, record your guesses, and then decide whether you want to go back and do another X number of leads, another set of leads before you make your second guess. Only proceed to read when you're confident of your solutions. And then you should get more points if you got it right away, and you get less points if you got it right after the second pass. So that's what we did. Gregory says during the play tests, people won it 100% of the time, and they go in the murder chain. First time it goes this way was interesting. Okay, so Gregory's saying everyone else who's played it goes to investigate the murders in order. It does seem like we're going through things a little in timing that Gregory did not anticipate. I think, it's very hard to get. There's a reason why most of these games don't have a limit on the number of leads. It's very hard to get it right. And especially since playtesting is so hard, it's not like you can do a massive playtest of hundreds of groups. It's very hard to do right. I think one of the ways you could try to avoid that is to give people to have more occasions where it says, if you read this lead, don't count it against your time. There were a bunch of things we went to where we were getting information that we had gotten already that was duplicative or useless. And I think one of the ways you could fix the time limit being so harsh is when you give someone a basically no one's here answer, you should say you get 1 extra time. Gregory says, one of the fun part of playtests is often players fight about the murders. Some do not want anyone killed. Some want to kill for leads. That's interesting. Well, it is quite interesting that, let's look at the solutions. So there are a couple of solutions that are in the 3000s and 2000s, which look like you could have gotten them if you tried to answer early. So for example, if you had picked at the 200 level to go to Chaz, that would mean you'd be ending the game before Jennings got killed, before the last 2 people got killed. So let's see, you get 1 point for catching him at Chaz. Oh, look what it is. Okay, so if you pick Chaz's place before Chaz is killed, then the host is in him, the monster's in Chaz. So it's the same answer, but it's Chaz where the monster is, tries to hold onto your hand and you see into the stars in his eyes. And then if you pick Arthur Jennings before the host gets into him, it's the same thing. except you arrest him and the host is in him. So you can end the game at these places. So depending on where you end it, you get 1 point for each of those. And I think it was really just an oversight on our part that we didn't pick Kelly. However, I think part of the reason why we might have had some oversight about picking Kelly is something that Jonathan says here. It scrolled up, but Jonathan says, I think I agree with Jesse that the case was less overwhelming than the first. That's true. But then he also says this. I think I agree with Jesse, though, that there needs to be a bit more of a setup before picking the final locations. We did not pick the curator because we were focused on where the statue is. I do think for mechanical and thematic reasons, it would have been nice if when you get to the end and you're ready to solve it, you were called into the office and read something like your HQ, your commander says, we need to find the statue and we need to find the murderer. Or we need you to arrest whoever is involved in the theft of the statue. Just something to remind you how you should be picking these locations. Just because it's a little unclear. I mean, I think we had a pretty good grasp. We were trying to locate the statue and we were trying to save the murder victim, but we weren't too focused on the criminal who's involved in the statue. And it might be nice if the game, and just for atmosphere, it gave us a little setup before we picked our places would be nice too. But also just to help focus our minds on what the game wants from us in terms of picking locations. Let's see what else. Anna Maria says, we were told that our goal was to find the statue and investigate the connection with the cult. That was a little, that was one of the parts that was a little weird, that it seemed to be that representative was working for the cult, maybe, but there was no connection with the cult. So a little odd that the intro says, find out if there's a connection with the cult, but that's Gregory playing little tricks on us. So it looks like there was no connection with the cult. I do think that the wrap up of the story felt more satisfying too. Like the idea that explained these creatures going from host to host. And then in the very end, when we did catch the host, I will point out, well, Jonathan had the Russian mansion way ahead of time. That was correct. But I did pick to go to the Abast house to wait for him there. And I like that. And we did catch him there. And we did catch that creature. We looked into his eyes and saw space and time. And then the other agent shot him in the head before he could jump into us. That's what he was doing. He was trying to jump into us. The rule book introduces the Dagon cult, by the way. I do not remember that. It just goes to show you, when occasionally you'll play games with someone. Maybe it's in the very beginning. That's interesting. We should reread that. When you play board games for a while, you learn that rules get missed all the time. Little mistakes get made. And what's interesting is you play with new board gamers, sometimes they'll be like, how could you miss that rule? Or how could that happen? How could it happen that you get a rule wrong? Or you watch some playthrough and some professional board gamer, YouTuber gets a rule wrong and people are like, how could they possibly have gotten a rule wrong? Well, guess what? It happens. It happens all the time. It's hard to do everything. When we played Pandemic Legacy, I read through that Pandemic Legacy rule book over and over and over again. It happens. Rule books, it's first lines, first paragraph, so it's the introduction. Okay, so we're talking about the Dagon cult. Let's see what we've got here. First lines, first paragraph. During the winter of 1927-28, officials of the federal government made a strange and secret investigation of certain conditions in ancient Massachusetts seaport of Innsmouth. It's the seaport. The public learned of it in February. Vast series of raids and arrests occurred, followed by deliberate burning and dynamiting under suitable precautions of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty houses along the abandoned waterfront. We heard about that in the story. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major clashes in a spasmodic war on liquor. force of men used in making them, news followers, prodigious numbers of arrests. So this is what we read about in our case. And the same thing about him saying how no prisoners, no trials, charges, vague statements about disease in concentration camps, later dispersal in Navy and military prisons, nothing ever developed. Innsmouth was left almost depopulated. That's from The Shadow over Innsmouth. All right, I don't see Dagon cult, but I guess this is indirectly referring to it. Yeah, it might pay to reread. Okay, what other thoughts about the case? So we hit a few hiccups. There was a hiccup about where Pollard was hiding. The game said in the Boston Asylum, and we couldn't find that. Eventually, we did realize that we should find it. If you didn't find it, that might be all the better for you, because his crazy madness words didn't really help us much and made us pick the asylum. So I'm not sure you would have suffered as much. And I think there's lots of there are translation issues in these kinds of games, and they really don't bother me. They just add another little element where in the back of your mind, you're thinking, oh, did someone translate this wrong? Or in this case, it would be reasonable to think that maybe the Boston Asylum doesn't have a separate directory entry, and you would know that that was located at the Boston State Hospital. So I think as long as there aren't blank entries for those hospitals, that you should just look them up. I did get hung up looking for where Jonathan Abast went to his university library. That was a little more of a sticking point for me. I really thought that the game wanted us to find him there, so it was weird that we couldn't. I think if you don't want us to look for him in a university or university library, you shouldn't have the housekeeper tell us that's where he is. Either tell us he's at the university hospital or library and let us go there. We could go there and have it say he's not here anymore. That's fine. Or have this housekeeper say, I don't know where he is. There's no reason to give us what looks like a poke that he should be at the hospital. That's for at the university when we can't look that up. You can't have it both ways. You can't have us be determined to find out where the Boston Asylum is, even if it's not directly named, but also figure out that we shouldn't be able to go to the university. I think when in doubt, be cautious about mentioning a place that the people can't go to. On the other hand, the worst case was we had to look up a bunch of places and couldn't find him. It didn't break the game. It was just a little bit of struggle, but didn't break the game. No game breaks. I've already talked about how the event system, those are always fun when a game can pull it off. It's quite interesting how Gregory has done some of these paragraphs. You might, for example, in Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars, what you would see instead is paragraphs that said, if this has happened, jump to here, otherwise read here. Whereas here, Gregory has used this modifier system that we've seen in some other games. It's a little dangerous because it's tempting to forget that you have to add everything, and it was a little bit confusing, but it did work ultimately. John says, nitpick, how was the statue moved quietly to keep the guard asleep? That's a little tricky. I think that's a little bit tricky. And Gregory Privet is disagreeing with me. If you go to a place that's not in the casebook, it means you learn nothing more. Yeah, doesn't cause harm that we went to all the university places and they weren't looked up, but it is just a little inconsistent. It feels like if you want people to really be resilient about finding places, you shouldn't just mention them and have it. I think a better solution would be to either not mention he's at the university or tell us what university he's at, give us an entry for that. And if you don't want to punish someone for going there for no reason, you can just say he hasn't shown up at work today and, don't count yourself a lead. I just think that would be a better solution. I do think if Gregory's complaining, if we did do what we said, we would have said useless. Yeah, I think the easiest thing to do would be just have the housekeeper not say she doesn't know where he is. The fact that it specifically said university or library is what caused the confusion. And I don't, here, let me comment on this. Gregory says, if I did do that, I would have said useless. I think Gregory is pointing out the times I was like, that was useless. But I do think that leads me to the other point that I made, which is if you're going to have strict timelines, I think when I say useless, what I was saying that when we turned to a paragraph that was useless and it costs us a lead, a time lead. And I think maybe I would prefer to see the time allowances set up so that you don't lose a time when you go to a redundant, useless lead. So then you could be comfortable putting in lots of leads that don't provide information, but do more cases where when the person goes there, it says, don't count this lead against you. Then you don't have to worry about it being so tight on time. Just my theories. Just my theory. Jonathan did have a nitpick about how do you get that thing out there, but I guess if you had a hand truck and a couple people, you could do it. It was a little weird that he seemed to have gotten out by himself, but maybe he didn't get it out by himself. Maybe the mafia people helped him do it. We were given clues that it wasn't, that there was no break-in that made us think that it might have been the other watchman or the curator. We were onto him. And in fact, we did confirm very cleanly that it was him. Anna Maria says, I have to go now. I like this playthrough. Thanks everyone. Bye. Okay, bye. Anna, it was great having you here. Thanks for coming by. I really enjoyed this one though. I think in retrospect, this one was much more enjoyable than the first case to play. For me, just in terms of the story, it felt much more engaging and creepy. And I did feel like it was fun figuring out how this curse was affecting people and stuff like that. So yeah, this one actually worked quite well and was quite fun. And I am looking forward to the next one. Any other comments we have to make? I do think, well, here's another, I'll give you another criticism though. So we got one of our points for picking the Abast home as our final place so that we could arrest Abast when he got back to his house. So that meant that was the difference between winning or losing that one point. And I think the criticism I would make, the concern I would have is this. We knew that we wanted to locate the statue, and we knew based on our own thoughts, our own intuition, that the game would want us to catch the killer. Okay. The problem is we picked the Russian mansion because we believed that's where the statue was, and we were correct. But we also got to the end and knew that we wanted to pick where Abast was. Now, the problem there is that should you guess that he's gone back to his house? Or should you guess that he's hiding out as his wife's studio? Now, we made the right guess, but I can imagine a group saying, he's obviously fled, he's not in his home, he's not going to come back if he thinks we're onto him, so he'll probably go hiding. Where would he hide in the wife's studio? So that's sort of a dilemma with this system of picking locations. Rather, if it asked us who was the murderer, we would have said Abbas. And if it asked us where should we go for the murderer, we might have said, well, maybe he's at his house, maybe he's at the wife's studio, or maybe he's anyway. So I think maybe that's a little tricky to get right. That's the only thing I'm saying. We got it right, so I'm happy, but I could see a group picking the wife's studio by mistake. And you could solve that just by giving points for going to the wife's studio as well. So maybe at the end, if you said, well, if you go to a boss home or you go to the wife's studio, it would count. And that's fine. What was the, Gregory, what was the doctor, not doctor, cone, not doctor? Can you explain that to us? And I have a second question. My second question is, so you could have gone to each person before the host kills them. So the second person killed was, sorry, the first person killed was George. So if you go to George right away, you catch, let's read what this says. So this is if before George is killed, you go to him and you pick him as your final location, but no one gets killed. You get to the end, you pick him. Let's take a look at this. So dawn is barely breaking when the door to George Shellam's dwelling is shattered. You soon find him standing in his living room, littered with dozens of books and leftover, scrutinizing a book whose pages he is turning quickly. As the other agents deploy into the room, ordering him to raise his hands, he slowly turns his head towards you. You dive into his big black eyes. So basically, you kill the doctor, who's the first person, who's the host. So you only get 1 point for killing the host early, though. You've saved 3 lives, and you still only get 1 point. Don't you think you should get more points for that? It seems like you should get more points, but I don't know on what basis you would do that. Is there any basis to know, Gregory, would there be any basis to know what order the host is going to kill people in? Are there clues somewhere? It didn't seem like there were. It seemed like we only found out who he was killing next when we got to their place. But we also went to them in the right order. I wonder if we had gone in a different order, whether we just got unlucky in the order we went to. So she's dead if we go to her at 1006, but if we go to her at 6, we knock on her door. She says, oh, it's a first for me. My biggest fear is running out of film. The downside was Pollard. John, my husband, he'd tell a different story. Yeah, there's clues in the sneaky paragraphs that are hard to find. Well, I normally do go back and reread everything, so I'll go have a check. I see there's stuff, I definitely see there's stuff we didn't see, because I see there are some pictures in here that we didn't see. And maybe I'll look through it. It was fun to see some of the logs. The truck log was a little bit confusing to us. I don't know if that's a translation issue or just a little bit of a mystery, but it says client location, restitution, money. This was a little weird. Most of these people says when they checked out the truck and when they brought it back. But then here we have white hair. It says checked out at 4:30, and then it has another entry, 7 May 4:30. That was confusing to us. A little bit inconsistent. It might make more sense if it showed when they checked it out, and then if it was returned, and then say it's not returned. So I'm not sure how we were supposed to read this. You could comment on that, Gregory, while you're here. How are we supposed to read this entry that he checked it out at 4:30 p.m.? Luckily, the text told us he checked it out at 4:30 p.m., so we assumed that was the case. But it's weird, it doesn't have him returning it. Maybe he hasn't returned it yet, but this double entry, 4:30 and then 7 May 4:30, was confusing. We never saw this. Look at that, it's powered is in the photo. So if we had gone to the Abast library, we would have seen a photograph of the expedition, but this time there's powered. And we find her wedding photo. We see a purchase order. Oh, look at this. This would have been a huge clue. On a desk under the scattered pictures, you find a purchase order for a fine art print of the statue. This one is signed by Alexandra Zarkarovich. If we had found this, we would have known definitively right from the start that it was her. So if you had gone to Florence's laboratory before the first murder, before she got murdered, you'd happen to stumble on this. I do think, I mean, we'll talk about this as a, the picture was on the cover all along. Oh, look, there is the picture. Well, we knew Pollard was around. We figured that out anyway, that he probably was with the expedition, so we didn't really need it. But yes, there it was. I've talked at length, especially in my review of Legacy of Dragonholt, which is also an RPG influence game. And I know Gregory Privat's background is in RPG stuff as well. And I don't mean this to come across as a criticism, but I've talked before about loss of control from an author's perspective and the costs of that, and in some cases the benefits. And so here's the basic case I would make. We've played these crime dossiers, which are essentially linear books. And one of the things from the 30s, from 1929, 30s, and one of the things that these books have going for them, they're more like novels, but the author of that book has complete control over the linear progression of the story and what unfolds. And that allows them to make a much tighter, controlled game where certain arcs and character points are always hit at always the same time. If you think of a normal Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game, that's let go of in terms of time. You can't control who's going where, when. So all of the entries are sort of timeless, which means people can encounter things in different order, which gives up some control of the author. But I think that's sort of the middle point. But here, with a strict time limit, and some of the things we've seen Gregory do, is also seen in Legacy of Dragonholt, which is imparting this more of a choose-your-own-adventure, role-playing, branching plot thing, where any given game group may go down different branches. I have argued that that is not worth the cost, that there's something enrapturing about that idea to some designers, and you can see why it would be appealing. Like, if we happen to go to her house early enough, we see this photograph and their marriage document, and we see that the Russian woman wanted a print. But if we decided not to go, we don't get that clue. Or if we go late, in this case, if she's died, we don't get it, we go late. And that's a very cool idea. It's in the abstract very cool that depending on how your group plays it, you'll see certain evidence or you won't see certain evidence. But I have argued that the loss of control over the difficulty of the game, like if you had found that early, I think you're going to really suspect the Russian person. Otherwise, it's a harder leap. But I do think Detective Modern Crime board game has this exact same flavor, that if you choose certain paths, you're going to get different evidence, might make things easier or harder. And my main point is, what does that get you? because people can't really replay it and choose different paths, the only benefit as a designer is different groups experience different stories, different difficulties, different mysteries. And my argument is that doesn't, for any given game group, that doesn't help them. And I would advocate on the side of having a more controlled set of dials for difficulty and mystery and plot, rather than the abstract idea of different groups having different experiences. Other people may love the idea that depending on how they play it, they'll see something different. And certainly if two people want to talk about after the fact the experience they had, it would be fun that they had different experiences. So I understand the appeal of it. I just think it's not worth the trade-off. I think if you're focused on giving the best experience to each group, it would be better to have a more controlled experience that they're watching. Just my opinion. My opinion. Jonathan, any other final comments? I'm very curious to see how the game changes case 3. Apparently, we cannot use our house rules that we've now finally tuned for case 3. More tricky stuff is happening. I do recommend our house rules for people who play case 1 and case 2. I'll make a post on Board Game Geek suggesting that. Anything else that we should talk about? Gregory says, no more sneak or speak now. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Well, this brings us to a point that it seems clear. One thing Gregory's doing with this box, which makes it all the more intriguing to play the rest of the games, is it really feels like Gregory has made an attempt to make each case really different. I don't know. We have to play case 3, 4, and 5. But this case, with the events, people dying, and the adding modifiers to each one, feels like a very different mechanic than the first. The first used a map of Arkham. The second one used a map of Boston. It feels like a real effort has been made to try something new with each case. And that makes it all the more fascinating from a game design perspective to keep playing this set. Jonathan says, I think we're on a similar page, and Jonathan may be about to pass out 8 hours in. Yeah, so I really did enjoy this case, and the theme and the atmosphere very well captured that a completely different feel than Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and very engaging, very enjoyable. And I guess with that, we will sign off. Gregory Privet says, the next one will make you fall into madness. Okay, well, that's a good place to end it. Appropriately, it was very creepy to see that guy in the asylum going mad, saying the cones, doctor, no doctor. I still would love to get an answer from Gregory about the sequence, doctor, no doctor, cones, cones, no doctor. Were those 5 things in reference to the 5 people, or was he just spouting craziness? Oh, Gregory says he did give an answer. Let's see. Doctor is the creature, the one who helped him. Boy was the first victim. Oh, it scrolled up. I can't. It just scrolled off screen. I can't see it. You'll have to read the chat channel to find out how Gregory answered that question. That's a great little teaser to get you to read the chat. Okay, the doctor is not the doctor. Okay. All right, so there was reasoning behind it. That's great. Okay, the game tells us in the beginning that don't expect to understand everything, so we didn't need to understand everything. It was fun that it was creepy and confusing and mysterious. No complaints about that. All right, so with that, we will sign off. We may be back next week to play case 3. Gregory, you're going to let me know when these cases can be posted publicly for people to watch if they want. And I'll see you next time. Jonathan, you'll let me know if you're ready to play Case 3 next week. I'll keep you guys updated on the ScaleBot Arduino project. Gregory, it was wonderful having you join us. Thank you for keeping your mouth, holding your tongue while we played. That must have been hard, but I think it actually worked out well. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video.
I'll make it.